And are we? We're live again. Hair in my face. It's fine. Welcome back. That was Stream's official longest break ever. I just realized my light tilted over. Hello. Anyways, welcome back, everybody. I apologize. That was, yeah, I guess, what do I have to apologize for? I didn't really do anything wrong. But hopefully you can at least, oh my god, chat's still small. Sorry, I missed something. There we go. Now you can see chat. I missed something. Welcome back, guys. I apologize for those just coming in. We were live this morning, and for some fucking reason, God knows why, my hair is in my face today. Hate it. Long story short, capture card is possessed and takes control of my computer in a way that doesn't make any sense and like starts fucking with it on a really scary level and changed the resolution of everything to the point where it changed what OBS was sending out to you, which is so fucking like how? I'm still very perplexed how. I just don't understand how a capture card can take fucking sentient control of my PC and start changing settings in OBS. Like, Zach got so mad he had to go outside. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Like, it's not like... Sorry, my hair is too floofy to get... Good morning, Mickey. Good morning, Robo. He was so... Like, it's just didn't make any sense to the point where he had to get up and leave. Like, both of us were just sitting here, like, fucking infuriated. Because you would unplug the capture card and watch this monitor, like, blink, blink, back to normal. Plug it back in, blink, blink, blink. All of a sudden, it's super small. Resolution's wrong. OBS fucks up. Take this cookie quiz. I don't get it. I mean, technology is haunting me. Yeah, it's honestly like... Sorry, this is so annoying. I don't know where my part is today. I don't, like, it's not like... I really want to play game. I really want to play Control. I haven't got to play Control in like a month because of this fucking capture card. And out of fucking nowhere. I mean, all of this came out of nowhere. That's probably the most infuriating part, is it was working, and then one day it just decided to stop working. And so what Zach did is he went and got a HDMI splitter from his computer, put it in, works perfectly. So we ordered an HDMI splitter, which should be here tomorrow or the next day or something. Because it's just... I don't understand how this little mage well is suddenly going into OBS and changing, like, the output. It doesn't make any... How? I don't even change that. It doesn't make any sense. It's so fucking weird. But I was able to get the resolution so you guys can at least get 1080 and, like, see me. Thank you for commenting on my hair. Thank you, Ensville. It's too fucking fluffy today. Good morning. How are you? What ended up fixing it? So, nothing. The capture card still isn't fixed. Essentially, what happens is when you plug the capture card in, it takes over. It starts changing things on the streaming PC. That, I mean, none of it makes any sense. It's not like it's taking settings from the gaming PC and putting them on the streaming PC. It's doing the strangest things. So I have to get a splitter, I guess, to get it to work. So I can't play a game today, which sucks. It's just like... It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. I just don't understand how it can take so much control. So what ended up fixing the fact so you guys can get 1080 is unplugging the capture card. So the capture card is no longer in contact with the computer. And then I had to go into OBS and change all the resolution settings. And then once I changed all the resolution settings, it moved every single source. So like my webcam was now this big up here. So I had to go through and redo all my scenes real quick. So I apologize for like the hour break offline, whatever. I'm a mess. What capture card? It's a mage well, Will. It's a mage well, and honestly, it's worked so well. And it does work with the splitter. It's like, but I don't even think there was it is nonsense. Oh my god, banana. It's like, that's why I went and got Zach, because I get to the point where I feel crazy, and I'm like, I'm going crazy. This shouldn't be happening. I know it shouldn't be happening. I know I'm doing it right. Like, everything that, you know, is the common solutions we'd gone through and everything. And to just watch it, like, you could plug the capture card in and this screen just starts going blah, 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 blah. And then what happens is once it fucking configures to some weird resolution, it works until you click something, and then the second you click something, the whole screen freezes. So it's like the computer is working behind the fucked up image it's showing you in the background, and that's the fucking, like, what the fuck? It's fucking I'm losing my mind. Slowly but surely. It's happening. It just came out of nowhere. I mean, it was working and then not. So I don't know. But we're back. We're back. I apologize for not being live and then being live and then not being live and then being live and all the things. But at least you get 1080 now. You're not, like, literally it was stuck. My resolution before we went unlive was like, what was it? 950 by 4 or something, or it was horrible. It was it wasn't even 720. It was bad. I don't know, but that was OBS because of the capture card. The capture card was forcing OBS to feed you that. How? How? It's just a capture card. Like, I just don't, like, my brain is actually broken. I don't understand. I don't get it. And it's gonna hurt my head because I don't get it. We should cheers. We should cheers. What strain am I smoking? Orange Cookie Chem is the strain I have, Robo. It's pretty good. It's strong though. Cheers. Where's my lighter? Oh god. Zoe, I didn't get to make one. I'll show you my hand turkey all day, every day, Honeybean. How are you, love? I hope you had a good turkey day. Back to what we were talking about. I was asking you guys to tell me about your awesome turkey food because I did not have any. Oh my god, Zoe, you just reminded me. So Zoe said, celebrate the Black Friday capitalist holiday and praise Must Daddy. I completely forgot it was Black Friday. I've never participated in the Black Friday. However, while I was, I had to go outside to let Zach fuck with my computer because I can't even watch people touch my computer. It's like watching someone do surgery on your child. It just, like, hurts me. So I was on Reddit and I saw a post. And damn, is it a punch in the dick. I must read it to you. So, to give you guys background on this, if you are unaware or unfamiliar or you don't give a fuck, that's possible too. Elon Musk is a piece of shit. We're aware of that now. Yeah, we've got that covered. So he let all these horrible people back on Twitter, which is basically dead at this point. But he wouldn't let Alex Jones back on. And everybody was like, you're letting, like, the devils back onto the platform. Why not let the shit devil? Like, what's the difference? And he made a post saying, my first child died in my arms. I felt his last heartbeat. I have no mercy for anyone who would use the deaths of children for gain, politics, and blah. It goes on and on. It's like just this, it's sad. No one deserves to have a child die. It's fucking sad. However, Elon Musk's ex-wife, the mother of the dead child, commented on the post. A SIDS-related incident that put him on life support, referring to the baby. He was declared brain dead, and not that it matters to anyone except me because it's one of the most sacred and defining moments of my life, but I was the one holding him. Can Musk get low? Can he get worse? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean. I got nothing. She fucking had the fucking mic. He's a motherfucker. He's just a horrible human. He is a horrible, horrible human. I just don't know. I mean, yeah, I got nothing. I have nothing about it. It is so fucking stupid. Ooh, music. Oh, god damn it. I opened it on my gaming computer and I can't show you my gaming computer because my capture card doesn't work. That's nice. That's nice. We love good music though. I did a 48-hour buttermilk and salt brine turkey. Oh my god. I did the best turkey I've ever cooked in my life was a brined turkey. No shit. Best turkey in my life. Stop Fallout. We'll listen to you later. I just had to fuck with the volume. Sorry. Anyways, he's a piece of shit, and I thought I would share that post with you guys. We all know he's a piece of shit. We're just adding to the shit pile. You know what I'm saying? We're like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, did he? Najiel, have you on Reddit? Actually, same. I saw this while I was also waiting for Zach to fuck with my computer. If you go on Reddit, there is a bloopers reel of like dad's first time deep frying turkeys. It's fucking great. It's worth a watch. It's pretty good. I've had a deep fried turkey one time. honestly, I didn't think it was, like, better than any other turkey I've ever had. It was good, like, anything deep fried's good, but a lot of my family's, like, chefs and shit, so they're really good cooks. Like, this is why I don't cook, I've never had to. And, my grandpa deep fried a turkey one year, it was really good, but the best turkey I've ever personally had was, brined turkey. I brined it in a 5-gallon bucket on my porch in the snow overnight when I was in college, and I made the brine from scratch, like, it had, like, fucking anise and berry seeds and shit floating in it, but holy shit. It was and I'm not saying that just because I did it, it's the best turkey I've ever had in my life. And I'm not even that big of a turkey fan, like, it's okay. Read a great story? I love great stories. Wait. Like, I like this song. I like it and hate it at the same time. What the fuck? I can't read the story you sent me because it's insisting I sign up for the website, and I'm not doing that. It's some fucking stupid pop-up happened. I feel like I just got something in my eye. Why? 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 Every day, what did I do to get something in my eye? Nothing. It flew in. It's from somewhere else. Every day. I swear to God, I did nothing. I just want to smoke my bong. God damn it. Hold on. Every day. I swear it's just because I tried to stream. My body's gonna give up. I got it. Brine turkey it's the best, right? I mean, it's if you do, I mean, I don't know, honestly, chat could probably describe what a brine does far better than I ever could. I don't understand the what's the word? Like the gastroscience? I don't know. The science of it, I mean, I know it's like it's salt, so the cells of the meat swell up with water, and so it's really juicy. But other than that, I don't know, man. It was just fucking delicious. Dude, brining was amazing. It was so good. Wait, it gets worse. Okay, hold on. I gotta catch up with chat. Sorry. Stupid eyelashes. It gets worse. Did you see the thread where he's soliciting cease? What? And now there's a mass report ban list circling around right-wing channels after Musk said he would amnesty banned accounts. Wow. He's just shittier and shittier, huh? All right. Vile, I'm sorry, I tweeted and everything. I'm sorry. It took so long because it's like I just wanted to get Zach's opinion on like how to change the resolution so you guys could see 1080 again. And he's like me in that the fact that our brains, like when we get on a problem, like we're problem solving something, and even if we fail, if we don't understand why we fail, we can't stop trying. And I'm the same way. I am existentially trying at something that, well, I'll fail at, but it's because I don't understand why I'm failing. So I'll keep trying until I understand why I'm failing. So that's essentially what was going on with the PCs. Is like, he sat down and he looked at that and he's like, wait, your capture card's not working still? I'm like, no, it's not working, but that's not a problem. And he was like, fuck that. And he got up and tried to fix it. And I mean, both of us were just so mad because it doesn't make sense why it's failing. So you just keep trying it, just trying to like look at like, tell me. Just tell me, bitch, what are you doing? It doesn't, I fucking hate it. I'm the same way though. Like I do it. It's the worst. It's so annoying. Oh, no shit. This is the Elon Musk thing. Removing child exploitation is priority number 1. Please reply in comments if you see anything that Twitter needs to. Maybe we should address Elon Musk. That's just my opinion. Dry brining. What is that? Is that like a dry rub? It's also really good, but you have to have enough fridge space. And that was the thing. Thank fuck it snowed that year because I literally had to put it in a 5-gallon bucket on my porch. Jim's Big Ego's good shit. Sorry, did it stop? Oh, it did stop. Sorry. That's my bad. I'm gonna save that song though. It reminds me of something, and I can't quite put my fingy on it. But it tingles a dingle in my head. That's like, God, that sounds like something I like something from the '90s or something. Gastronomy. Thank you, Slow. That's the word. I used to do deep fried, but I tried Alton Brown's. That's exactly what I did. Modi, I'm not even kidding you. I had forgotten until this exact moment. I literally did Alton Brown. That's his name, right? Alton Brown. I almost said Alton Brine. I did Alton Brown's brine. So many B's. But that's exactly what I did. That's nuts. I completely forgot about it. If you guys so there's 2 votes for it right there. I don't care your opinion on Alton Brown. I know he's a nerd. I like him. I really like Alton Brown because he talks about the science behind the food, and I'm a big nerd for that. It's just been so long since I did, I don't remember. But Brown's brown God damn it. Fuck. Anubis, good morning. I didn't do anything for Thanksgiving. I grew up on an Indian reservation, so you can probably assume where the celebrations were kind of not. You know what? I'm just gonna do drugs now. Cheers. Uh-oh, Najee, why? I was very impressed when I watched an episode of Good Eats, and he explained why salt makes food taste better. Same. For me, it was oh god, what was the episode? It was a brine. It wasn't a turkey brine episode, but it was a Good Eats episode, and it was the one, I think he was making a pork loin, but he marinated it first, and he went through the science of marinade and why we marinate meat and what it does to the meat, and I was like, I love him. I'm gonna smoke it because it's just Fighting Polygon. Kind of. I need to cash this bowl because it's smoking itself. Essentially, I wanted to shampoo my carpets real bad, and that couch that's normally behind me is a wood frame, like, fucking 100-pound couch that I actually have to, like, sit on the ground and scoot across the floor with my ass. And I moved it over there to shampoo the carpets and just have not moved it back because it's really fucking heavy. Cheers. Brain said, no talky talk. No talky. Yeah, it was a marinade episode where he talked about the science behind it, and I was like, oh, dude. Because to me, if I don't know the why, I'm probably not going to do it. Like, if you can't tell me why, I don't care. It's terrible. So dry brining is taking all the spices you would put in the brine and the salt, less salt because it's directly on the turkey, rubbing it on, and then letting it sit in the fridge for 24 to 48 hours. So what's the advantage to doing a wet brine versus a dry brine? I'm curious. Like, would it be a different effect on the turkey? Because I feel like a dry brine, you'd get more of a crust. I know virtually nothing about American Thanksgiving other than people eat turkey and trample each other to death the day after. Dude, it's not even the day after. People go Thanksgiving night these days. I think, like, there are stores that used to, when we were kids, they were closed on the holidays. And then, I guess, Tickle Me Elmo is what started Black Friday psychosis. I didn't know that. But stores started saying, oh, we'll open, at 6 a.m. the day after Thanksgiving so you can start your Christmas shopping. And the whole Black Friday terminology comes from businesses going into the black, i.e. overselling, like, good. Into the black is good, into the red is bad. So when stores go into the black, that's where the term Black Friday comes from. Thanksgiving, so do you want to know about Thanksgiving? I can tell you what we were all taught in school. It's terrible. We were taught that the Pilgrims cooked a fantastic feast and invited all of the Native Americans to sit and break bread with them and make peace. And we all gave thanks for this land. And there was a cornucopia or some shit. That's what we're taught. Honestly, I don't really think it has any historical standing at all. I don't. Is there any I don't know. My family's not big into it. Again, I was raised on an Indian reservation. Native Americans do not fucking like Thanksgiving because, Pilgrims genocided them. So I didn't grow up with, like, a prolific Thanksgiving around me, but I do remember in like elementary school making little cornucopias all the time. Myron, is my lighting? Well, we did fix some resolution settings as well, but thank you. I did work on my lighting a lot yesterday while I was trampling around the house with a migraine. I had a migraine for 13 hours yesterday. Like, nonstop. Not one let up. 13. Not including sleeping. It was wild. So there's no difference except what you said. It's easier to get a crispy skin if you don't have a wet turkey. You can dry out a wet bread and turkey too. It's just more time. Absolutely. I like a crust. Honestly, like if I get chicken wings, like, hot wings, I am pro a dry rub. If they have a good dry rub on a menu, I will get a dry rub every fucking time. I like the crisp. I like the crunch over like a gooey wet chicken wing. And that sounds gross to say out loud, but you know what I mean. I always found Thanksgiving to be nothing more than a Shakespearean-esque comedy most of the time. Much ado about stuffing. I'm gonna take that. That's beautiful. It is. I mean, it's I guess it's an excuse to get together with your family if you want to. That's probably it. It sounds right. We don't even have Thanksgiving in Norway. No shit, but capitalism adopted Black Friday a while back. Wait, you have no Thanksgiving, but you have a Black Friday? What? That wasn't enough, so now they do Black Week or even Black Month some places. So America kinda did the same, but we have, like, Cyber Monday, which I can't remember if that's supposed to be the Monday before Thanksgiving or the Monday after Thanksgiving, but it's, like, the day of online shopping, and Black Friday is apparently the day of I've never taken part in either. I don't like people, I don't like shopping. None of it sounds like a good idea. We have a Black Friday here. It's called Boxing Day, and it's the 26th of December. Can Amazon please stop shoving that shit here in the UK? We don't need it. I mean, if they can make money, they'll shove anything up your ass. You know this. What up, Jose? How are you? Good morning. Personally, I ignore the history of the holidays and just consider it an excuse for family gatherings. Exactly. That's what my family has done forever. Like, I think that's why I don't really, like, know. Like, I don't really, like, we didn't sit around and talk about the pilgrims at Thanksgiving. When my family had Thanksgiving, the worst part about it was we'd sit down to eat, and my mom would go, in this tone, "What's everybody thankful for?" I'll go first. I'm thankful that my family is safe and healthy. And she'd go on, and then she'd make every single child say what we're thankful for. And at a certain point, we just turn into assholes because, I mean, what else can you, like, my mom covers it all in one fucking, like, prayer. So we'd be like, I'm thankful for forks. What up, Womble? How are you? Migraines are it was horrible, dude. Yesterday, it's so weird because it's like the day I black out the day, but when I'm in it, it feels like it lasts forever. Does that make anybody that has migraines probably understands that? Like the day is literally just chasing pain all day with different drugs, and you're just like taking pills, just hoping to God something hits it. And then at the end of the day, you're like, holy shit, is it 7 p.m.? What happened? Like the whole day blacks out. And I don't know. It's so weird. Thank you, Myron. I really did work really hard on my lighting yesterday. I actually have like a box light with scarves on it. Because my biggest problem is my eyes are dumb light sensitive. I don't have pale blue like icy eyes, which are supposed to be the ones sensitive to sunlight. But I get like headaches being in bright light all the time. It's in order to light my face, I have to have fucking bright lights, unfortunately. And so I got like a white gauzy scarf over it so it doesn't blind me. If a single male got a migraine like that from anything with our dicks, that solution would literally be pumped into office buildings and shit. Oh, right, though? It'd be like fluoride in the water. I'm assuming we've all seen Marjorie Three Names Turkey. Wait, what? It's family time. Exactly, Mickey, yeah. Okay, wait, I gotta read Najel's thing. My ex stated she'd be picking up the kids at lunchtime. It's 12:20 p.m. now. I asked when she'd be by to get them, and she hasn't even read the message yet. Well, she might be driving. I wouldn't care as much, but I didn't prepare to feed them lunch because I can't speak today. She said she would. So they're getting antsy as they haven't eaten. Well, no shit. She sounds like kind of like a bitch. No offense. I know you porked her. Hmm. And now she finally ready to apologize because she slept in. Oh. And asked me to bring them. That's nice. That's nice. Take your time, I would say. I would say take your time. We're total pussies. We get anesthesia for colonoscopies and shit just because we're told to be homophobic and don't want to be awake while someone messes with our butts. You know, someone said this in chat the other day, Myron, that it's so good because we were talking about that. Like, people won't, clean their asshole in the shower because it's gay to be that close to your butt. I guess. I don't know anybody that says that because I don't hang out with those kind of people, but apparently that's a thing. And I was like someone in chat said, "Yo, it's gay to clean your butt, but it's not to fuck with your dick all day." Like, I know all y'all motherfuckers have your hand on your dick probably right now. Like, it's not that you're jerking off, you just have your hand on your balls. I have 3 older brothers, I know how this shit works, and yet your butthole's gay, like, it was great. Someone in chat said it, and I was like, "Jesus Christ, that's good." Najeel, please be safe, but take your time. 1, the Pilgrims, aka the Puritans, were horrible fucking people. Amen. It's commonly taught that they left England because there wasn't enough religious freedom, and that's sort of true, but they left because there wasn't the religious freedom to force people to be Puritan. They sucked. Yes. They sucked. I I remember being really young and like there were a couple kids in my class that could like claim heritage to like a Mayflower or like one of the original like Puritan groups that came over, the puritanical groups. And I was like, "Oh, I'm so jealous. Like my family just got here. Like all these cool people have all this American history in their family." Oh my have I never been as an adult more grateful that my family is fresh off the boat? Never been more grateful cuz oh man. Why? No, we're not doing that today. Shut up. No. They're barking in Zach. It's fine. I love this song. I love Kendrick Lamar so much. You did all your Yule shopping today? Jesus Christ. I started making cards. That's something. That's something. The Monday after. Is it the Monday after? That's what I thought. Yeah. Hashtag butt stuff. Looked at all the deals this year, even though I can't afford anything anyway, and they're all mostly bullshit. I did the same. Like I kind of glanced through Amazon and I was like, this is all crap. Like it's nothing useful. Like if there was like extension cords in there, shit like that, like you'll pick up a couple because you'll always need them. Nothing. There was nothing useful at all. I thought the same. I was like, I'm good. Oh, number 2, the original Thanksgiving was likely a celebration of the Pequot Massacre. No shit. Oh my god, it's so dark. Oh, I was taught differently slightly, more accurate lightly, probably. But not really as it should be still. I was taught that the pilgrims had several settlements die of starvation over a few years of time, and that the natives took pity on them and fed them and then taught them what crops. Actually, I think I remember this very vaguely. I might have been taught a version of this. And the natives took pity on them, helped them, taught them how to like grow corn and stuff, right? And then they established a day to celebrate that this worked after a year or two of realizing it would be okay, and they had a feast. That part didn't The part they didn't teach us is that subsequently we betrayed even those. Yeah, yeah. My aunt was pissed when I said I was thankful food was ready and I could eat and go home to play video games instead of going to church. Why was she pissed? You were honest. Shut up. I'm actually pretty thankful right now that I got a Katie stream. The second one today. Woo! We're on a roll. I'm thankful for orgasms too. Mickey, do you get those crazy like blackout migraines too? I celebrate Thanksgiving. Oh my god, Gemini, same. All day yesterday, I had in my mind, eat me. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Eat me. All day. While I just tromped around the house with a migraine. Eat me. All day. Chucky, what's up, honeybean? How are you? Good morning. MTG had the palest shit turkey ever. She kind of looks like a pale shit turkey, to be honest. If dudes were made to enjoy butt stuff, Satan would have made the prostate feel good. Amen. Amen to that. Amen. I touch my package all the time without realizing it. We all do. Everyone does. I mean, I think it's just you got to make your like if you have a penis and balls, your gonads for some fucking stupid reason decided it was a good idea to be on the outside of your body. I'd be concerned too. Did you have a calorie mate? What the fuck is that? No. What is that? In the Navy, I was like the only dude that used a washcloth to clean my butt front to back because I lived with my mom, so I cleaned my butt like a woman. You should go front to back. You don't want to get poo poo up near your pee pee. And the dudes would point and laugh. Is this a fucking Christmas song? Because absolutely not. It is not time. YouTube, how dare you? YouTube just took our hand and fucked us in an alley. I guess it's almost time, right? People like put up Christmas shit already, huh? Ugh. I have standards for Twitch chat. No Graham in the balls or whack the dolphin. Just seems disrespectful. I feel that. I don't think I could totally rub one out if I was just like listening to a streamer chat though. I think I'd mute the streamer and like have to tone that out. I don't know. That may be a weird, like, I might get addicted. You're taught some weird ass stuff over there. Not saying we don't have our own fair share of it, but hot damn. I know. Well, it's like, you know how like Tolkien, like the whole like thing about Tolkien is that that England didn't have any of their own legends, so Tolkien was trying to make legends for his children about England, blah blah. Well, America's even younger, so we're like trying to make our own legends, but unfortunately, we're so young and so like current that we're just like, no, you lied though. You know what I'm saying? Like your legends are shit. If you're only gay when you touch your own asshole, you're not gay. You're a narcissist. Everyone should be cleaning their assholes. Everyone. If you have a shitty asshole because you're terrified to touch your butthole because who's in the bathroom watching you wash your butthole? Like, honestly, I have a lot of questions, but maybe you need to reassess. You know what I'm saying? It's difficult to be straight. I mean, there's a dick literally attached to my body. Literally. Steam sales. I haven't even looked at them honestly. The way that Steam updated their UI for like the sales, it's so blindingly bright and ugly. I don't want to look at it. Like I just close it. I can't open Steam. I do my clothes shopping on Black Friday because I hate shopping. Load up on cute clothes, very gender feels. Fuck yeah. I honestly usually do like socks. If I do Black Friday shopping, you know what I mean? Like or Cyber Monday or whatever. I've never gone anywhere in person, granted. But if I go like online or something, it's usually like socks and panties. Stuff that, I normally never buy, but on a Black Friday sale, you might be able to get like 3 for 1 or something. Hi, Bashful. How are you, love? Temperature control, yeah. It's corn. It's the juice. Hi, Fatal. How are you, love? 2 streams in one day. It's the Katie Palooza. The second one's already significantly longer than the first. I'm just saying. Oh, stream. Just get a bidet. Amen to that. I mean, that's bait. But is that gay to them? They're turning the knob that's shooting water at their beehole. I don't know. I don't know where these like lines of gay end and begin with these people. Sounds like some God only knows when you touch the devil's doorbell shit. Shake it more than twice and you're playing with it. That's what my Nana used to say to all my brothers all the time when we were kids. I clean my ass last and use a fresh flannel every shower. And honestly, if I could, I'd get my toilet fitted with a bidet. Anubis, I don't know if you can probably get these. So we got a bidet that's one that'll fit like universally any toilet. I actually got it for Zach as a joke for Christmas, and he is upset. Like not obsessed, but it is on our toilet and he uses it religiously. It's not a joke. I got him the Tushy, like the most basic Tushy. It doesn't warm the water or anything like that, but it basically just like clings onto one side of the toilet rim. It's not like a full thing that sits on there, but it works amazing. They are the shit, no pun intended. I had to get used to them when I went to Thailand, because if you ever go to Thailand, there isn't toilet paper. There's a hand sprayer. You just get to spray it your no-nos and hope for the best, and then you drip dry on your way out. And when Zach went to Japan, he got to experience like bidets, like, the bidets that sing to you, make fart sounds, and shoot like hot steam at your asshole or whatever. And so as a yoke, I got him this Tushy because it's super cheap. I mean, as a joke, Tushy's actually really popular nowadays. I think a lot of people get sponsored by him and shit. And they have levels of the Tushy where you can get one that actually warms the water. But I didn't think he'd actually use it. I got him like the Pepto-Bismol pink Tushy as a joke for Christmas, and he hooked it up and has never stopped using it, and he almost sells it on his channel daily. I said the same thing. I was like, does the cold water bother you? And he said no, because usually after a mad shit, it's kind of refreshing. No. I used to really like this band, but then they got weird. Can't do with that. Can't do with child abuse, motherfuckers. Get out of here. Yeah, travel bidets as well. Yeah, my P.O. Box, if you just do exclamation P.O. Box in the chat, I think it pops up. I think the universe, you get my jokes. This is why we're friends. Autumn sale. It's fucking winter. It's fucking winter here, too. It's been below 0 for days. Fuck off with your autumn shit. The logic being, if you got shit in your hair or beard, you wouldn't wipe it off and call it good. You'd wash that shit off. Literally, I can't remember who. Oh God, was it Zach that said it to me? I think Zach. It was a while ago. Somewhat. I can't claim it as my own. But when we were just talking about the logic of a bidet, and they said if I took a shit on your hand and then handed you a piece of toilet paper to wipe it off, would you feel safe to eat with that hand? Would you feel clean and refreshed? No. Nobody. We'd be like, first, why'd you take a shit on my hand? But second, what the fuck? And it made so, like, why is it, I don't know. I mean, why is it suddenly okay for our beeholes? Not like icy cold water. It's like room temperature water. Toilet seat bidet combos exist, and they're a great invention. Those are amazing if you can afford them. They're way more expensive. Honestly, if I knew Zach, like, I'm thinking about getting him a nice one, like, for Christmas, like a nice one, because he's been using this cheapy one for 3 years consistently. It still works great, but I kind of hate this ugly Pepto-Bismol, like, controller panel sticking off my toilet. But they are the shit. They're pretty great. You would forget the tea. Oh. Clean this shit from your life. Wakes you up and cleans you at the same time. It's very true. My mom got a fancy toilet with bidet and blow dry. Oh my God. And such because of her disabilities, I'm thankful for that fucking thing. Absolutely. If it wasn't for that thing, you would be the blow dryer, my dear. I got my own profile in the remote, set up the temperature, water jet position, and pressure, all of it. They're amazing. Yeah. You can get them so much, and they're not that expensive anymore. Like, I remember when my Nana was getting older, we really wanted to get her a bidet, but she was really large towards the end of her life. And we couldn't find one that wasn't like the whole toilet because her butt cheek would like roll over the side of the seat and hit the controller panel. And we would worry she'd like sit down in the middle of the night to take a pee and the bidet would start squirting her with blazing hot water or steaming her beehole and she'd start screaming and crying or something, you know? So we couldn't do that. But the whole toilet this was like 20 years ago, was expensive as fuck, thousands of dollars. So we ended up getting her a nurse. Nurse was cheaper than the fucking bidet, which is crazy. But now they're much more reasonable. Hi, Trekkie. How are you, love? Squatty potties are the shit. No pun intended. That emote made it weird. No, I mean, and let's be honest, Ensville, like, aside from a good cum, is there anything better than just like a clean shit? And by clean, I mean, you feel you need to shit, you shit, you don't feel any, like, you're not like, oh, I'm pinching one off, or like there's still some, you just feel empty and smooth, and like that banana slug slides right out, and you just get up and you're like, I'm a new lady. You know what I'm saying? Like, shitting is fantastic. If I couldn't shit, I would be very upset. Like, I've seen the insides of people that can't shit. I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? Is it Daniel Sloss? Is that what it is? The shit? Is that where the shit in the toilet paper? Maybe Zach got it from him. It's great though. I'm not eating off a beehole. Well, a lot of people do eat ass though. And if you're eating a puss, I'm just saying, it's 2-3 centimeters from an asshole. Here's the thing, my dudes. Your gooch. What up, Rob? How are you? Your gooch. Oh my God, isn't Andor so good? I haven't watched the final. I watched the second to. Is the finale? Is the last episode out now? I haven't watched the most recent episode out, so no spoilers. No spoilers, anyways, because no one's watched the show. But holy shit, is it not fantastic? Andy Serkis blows me away. Like, he has kind of a small part in it, but it might be one of my favorite parts he's ever been in ever. Dude, Ensville, I'm kind of the same. Not to overshare, but I am a chronic overwiper. Like, I'm one of those people that I gotta have a spotless. Like, I'm not gonna get up if I'm questioning the cleanliness of my asshole. I will go through a roll of toilet paper, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck that. I don't know how people just walk away, like, think, like, there's poop in your cheeks, my dudes. But anyways, this is what I was gonna say. Your gooch, the fleshy front bridge, the ABC, the taint, the little fleshy skin between your genitals and your beehole, your balls in your beehole, your pussy in your beehole, that is just a fleshy fun bridge for bacteria to swim up to your special places from your asshole. You know what I'm saying? And everyone, all humans, have have a native flora living in their ass, including but not limited to E. coli. And if you've got a sweaty beehole that's not getting exactly cleaned all the time, it's definitely sweaty on your gooch, and that shit's just swimming straight up to your no-no parts. And then if your partner wants to mouth suck your no-no parts, there's a chance they can get fucking thrush, yeast infection, and or E. coli poisoning because of your dirty asshole. Also, you don't want to get a bladder infection. What's the next excuse for not cleaning your butthole? Let's fucking go! Isn't it good, Ensville? Do you feel the same I did, though? So this is how, I don't know if you were here the other day when we were talking about it initially, but, like, the first, I can't remember, like, 4 or 5 episodes of Andor, I had no idea what was going on, but I was in. Like, I was sold. I was gonna watch the rest, but I had no fucking idea. It took 3 episodes for me to realize Andor's in, oh, my brain. Why are you like this? My favorite Star Wars movie of the new ones. You know the exact one I'm thinking of. Why? My brain. Rogue One. Thank you so much. God damn it, brain. He's in Rogue One. It took me 3 episodes to even. I was like, why is he so familiar? But it's fantastic. I'm a sucker for anything with Star Wars on it. Like, it's real. Unless you put Jar Jar Binks in it, I'm gonna like it probably. But Andor's fantastic. It's a real good show, even if you're not like. I feel like it's a really good show you can watch, kind of like Rogue One. You don't need to know anything about Star Wars to understand anything. I know everything about Star Wars, and I didn't understand anything that was going on in the first 3 episodes. Like, I'm a downright fucking nerd. I was like, what is going on? It's so good. Good morning, Katsumushi. How are you? Andor's the best. Thank you. It's so good. Rogue One's my favorite movie, but Andor's, I said that, I think we were like halfway through. And I said this is easily the best Star Wars show, other than the animated series. The animated series is fantastic because they have, Noodlehead and whatever. My girl, Ahsoka. What are you going to do? But it's so if you haven't given Andor a try and you like space movies, and you don't even need to like space Star Wars, it's so good. And there's so many big names in it, like Andy Serkis. Andy Serkis plays a phenomenal character in the show. Hi, Duck Saucy. How are you? Hello, Hikaru. How are you? Any men not wanting to go down, you have to be immune suppressed or there be a lot of shit not clean. Get down. I'm saying. Had E. coli from an old lettuce? No shit. That was in the fridge for too long. You do not want that. Pissing razor blades? And no ability to hold it in when you need to go. You need to race to the toilet and pray there's enough time. I've never had E. coli poisoning. That sounds horrific. That sounds like C. diff. Oh, I never want that. I love you back, Cocky. Oh my god. The incredible thing about Andor is how they showcase these little acts of rebellion done by common people. Oh, for sure. Oh, it's amazing. Like, I think was the point of the first like 3 or 4 episodes. They don't really set a scene. They don't start introducing any like epic character plot or anything very early on. I think that's what they're showcasing. But you don't really realize it till you're further in. But you're still entertained. I don't know. It's so fucking good. Oh, that's the one. Okay, so Banana posted the clip of the guy talking about the shit and the bidet if you guys want to watch it. The, like, this. We'll just fucking watch it. Hold on. I can show you that screen, just not the other one because that's broken. Broken? This one. Yeah. This one. That looks like, oh, so quiet. The cover looked like, oh my god, what is his name? He just died. Oh, my brain is so fucking stupid. I'm dying. I can't remember what it's called. What? Oh my god. Doesn't matter. Just ignore me. Wow. Crunchy peanut butter in a carpet. There is a fucking hair in my eye, and I'm going to go just pluck every eyelash out of my eyes so I don't ever have to experience that again. Wow, that was incredible. I seriously, I don't know how this happens. I don't get a hair in my eye unless I'm streaming, but there's some little hair has flown from somewhere in this room and decided to nest immediately on my fucking eyeball, as it does every day. So I'm gonna take a quick break. First break of the day. We've been live about an hour. Get up and stretch your dicks and load a bowl. Holy hell. I'm gonna go get whatever's in my eye out. Jesus Christ. Holy tit fuck, it's cold. It was just a long, stupid, squiggly poodle hair, as usual, stuck in my eyelash, blinding me. Eyelashes are the carnivorous plants of the face. I swear to fucking God. Ugh. I wonder if anyone else agrees with me. Why would you pay $50 to $52 for a pair of sweatpants just because they have Twitch printed on the front of the right leg? I wouldn't pay $50 to $52 for a pair of sweatpants, period, end of story. I don't know. Oh my God, did another hair just... I'm gonna fucking die. It's fine. It's not there. I'm done. It's just... How? How and why and how? No, I would never. Dude, the... Oh my God, there's another... I'm gonna fucking... I'm just getting a mirror and gonna pick it out in front of you. Welcome to my hell. Ah! um... I was just gonna say, the Johns Hopkins jackets didn't cost that much money. My scrubs that were Johns Hopkins monogrammed didn't cost that much money. Is what I'm saying. A divorce contract that was dedicated to him? That's kind of funny. Have a good lyric, love. Yeah, like, oh my God, how do dog hairs get on me? They're in the air. I vacuum constantly. This is a hellscape. I have to get a hair out of my eyeball. Fuck! I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, at Hopkins, so you have to have monogrammed scrubs, but you don't have to have monogrammed sweaters and stuff. However, they did offer them. And as someone who worked on night shift, I was constantly getting cold. I worked in a surgical unit and I worked night shift, so I got the monogram jackets. They weren't even $50, is all I'm saying. Like, Twitch is really thinking they got big pants on. Oh my God, did I just get it? Holy shit, it's so small. You can't see that. There's no way. It's just insane how these tiny... I just don't know. Where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? I have no idea. The air. Sorry. Anyways, that was horrible. It was so small and it looks like a fuzz that would come out of like a blanket. Just these tiny little white curly hairs, but I know they come off of Lilith and Trick. But they just into my eyes and then I can feel them. Why pay over regular price for merch piece and then give them free advertising? Same. Hard same. I got a load of bowl, but then I'm cheersing with you. Happy Friday. I didn't even know it was Friday. I blacked yesterday out. Same, bashful. Even when I was a kid, I remember like Abercrombie and Fitch popped up and Hollister and all of these like brand name clothing that it became very important to wear the clothing with the brand name on it. So, I mean, I don't think there was a shirt from any of those stores that didn't have the store's name printed across your nipples in one way or another. And they were insanely overpriced, in my opinion. Like, ridiculously expensive in terms of clothes. I never wore any of that shit because poor, but I'm glad my mom didn't waste her money on that stuff. And even then, though, I was like, I don't want to wear it because they're not paying me to. Like, who the fuck is Abercrombie? I'd rather wear a shirt that says Nine Inch Nails because I want people to support the band I like. But I don't know who the fuck this is. I'd never, even when I was, I didn't even understand the whole, like, you could get paid to wear a brand. I kind of understood it because of NASCAR. My family liked NASCAR, but other than that, I thought it was stupid. Cheers. Happy Friday. polo shirts or shirts, the unbranded ones. I wore like band tees and hand-me-downs for my brothers, really. Like I had a lot of Fox racing t-shirts. I was the second youngest, third youngest, second youngest. So I got a lot of hand-me-downs. I didn't really get new clothes a lot when I was younger. Pants because, too big. Cheers. Anubis, I honestly like I feel the same. I understand that like everyone has something to them that is worth the money. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to think like you know, everybody these days needs a computer of some sort usually, unless you're in some strange rare circumstance. You need a computer. But most people do not have the computer I have. You know what I mean? So if I was to tell for instance, if I was to tell my parents what was in my PC and how much every part cost, like my graphics card could buy a couple of their PCs, and they would say, "Why? That is ridiculous. That is that is exceedingly expensive." Da 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 da. However, when it comes to shit like Louis Vuitton, no shade, try not to throw shade here, or stuff like that, where it's like it's an unnecessary item to begin with, and it's just the my bullet's smoking itself. I gotta smoke more. It's I'm trying to think of the term for it. A status symbol. My PC is not a status symbol. Like no one sees it unless you guys ask what's in it, and then I tell you. You know what I mean? Like it's on a shelf over there. It's not like I'm walking around being like, "You want to know what my graphics card looks like?" Whereas like that's all that is. I have a tiny backpack that I've had for easily 8 years plus that's still in perfect condition, and it cost me like $40 at Disneyland, and that's a lot of money for me. Like, that was a lot. I literally got it because it was at Disneyland, and it was Haunted Mansion themed. But you could go to Louis Vuitton's website and get a tiny backpack like I have that's Louis Vuitton, whatever, labeled, and it's probably over $1,000, but it does the same fucking thing. Nick, thank you. Honestly, I think that's what we were really missing when we couldn't listen to music. Exactly. Exactly. Oh my god, you got a 3090 Ti. You got a 3090i. I have the 4090 Ti. You need better parts for your PC. Scrub. Fuck off, Susan. Same. I remember when I first got into building PCs, I was in college and I was dating a guy who was in the engineering program. So all of his buddies were like engineering program guys or computer science guys. And they were very much the quintessential like, oh, you're going to build a PC? What are you putting in it? Why? Do you even need that? Why don't you do this? You could overclock. And then I would reply, why the fuck do I want to overclock? And it was like, back when you were younger and you'd say, I like metal. Oh yeah? What kind of metal? Have you ever heard of Schmoobity Schmop Schlop from Norway in the dark forests of scream metal? Oh, then you're not a real metalhead if you don't like that. You know what I mean? It was like that. What is that called? Gatekeeping? Big time. When I first got into PC building. Like I remember when this was pre-streaming. My first PC I ever built, I saved up my money for a long time working at Lowe's, and I went to Fry's in South Seattle. I think it's like Redmond or something. Redmond, I think is where it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. I went to Fry's. I went to the PC parts section. I found a salesperson and said, "Help me build a Skyrim machine." No joke. And he was like, "Okay." And he walked me over to some graphics cards, and he tried to sell me on an AMD. Granted, this was like 8+ years ago. I was like, I'm not an idiot. I know better than that. And I just walked away from him and found a different salesperson. And I think it was a 970 is what my first graphics card was. I think. But I built a Skyrim machine because I'd been playing Skyrim on Xbox for ages, and I kept seeing all these incredible screenshots of PC Skyrim on Reddit and modded Skyrim, and I was like, motherfuckers, I need that. I need to see this. I wanted to mod, like, that was the biggest thing. Like, just I didn't even do, like, the crazy mods, like, I wasn't into the, turning things into Thomas the Tank Engine or, like, putting big naked dicks on everything. Although those are humorous, you can't stream them anyways. I was more into, like, just, make the sky prettier, like, finely tune the trees, make everything as pretty as possible. And, yeah, once I built my PC, like, the first gatekeeping of it was that no one believed I built it. Like, none of my significant others, friends, nor anyone I knew, not that I knew anyone in the computer sphere at all, because I was a science student and my friends were like, "Nature." Um, but yeah, it was like I had to prove I built my PC to people, and I would for a while. Like, I was definitely conditioned to, like, prove it. Like, I wouldn't say I did something out loud until I was ready to like, bulldoze your gatekeeping ways just because I was already raised into that. Now I don't give a fuck. Gatekeep all you want. That just means we're not gonna be friends. 1080s are amazing, honestly. I think I have a 1080. I think that's literally what's in my OBS PC. Still, to this day, it works fantastic. I mean, the nice graphics card is in the gaming PC, honestly, and it was just because Zach put the best in there ever. I remember paying $500 for a 3DFX Voodoo 2. Oh my god, the memories. In 1997, and it was so long ago, I paid with a check. Oh, it's beautiful. I don't even know if I know how to fill out a check anymore. Cocky, that's very poignant. I think gatekeeping is the grown-ups version of bullying. It kind of is. It's like, gatekeeping is a bitch move. I don't understand it. As someone who didn't have a lot of friends growing up, when someone says they like something I like, I get excited and I want to connect with them. Like, I don't want to put them through a rigorous test. That doesn't seem like a great way to make friends. But if I see someone in public, like, wearing a Ghost shirt or a Nine Inch Nails shirt, I'm like, oh, I'm sweating. Like, I want to go be your friend right now. But I'm way too socially awkward and I never do. But I want to. I've never understood that, like, oh, let's see if this person's... What the... Where'd that come from? What is that? I remember way in ye olden days, I overclocked an AMD Duron by 150%, and dude, it was in the 15 minutes before it caught fire. in the in the 15 minutes before it caught fire, it played Warcraft 3 as good as any other. It's beautiful. It's poetry. I don't understand that attitude. Building a PC is basically a really expensive Legos with a screwdriver. Same. Same. I honestly, and I told this to my friends and I've told you guys this. I went to Linus Tech Tips and I watched his YouTube video 9 years ago. Like, his probably the first how to build a PC YouTube video he ever made. He's probably made an updated one now. I have no idea. But I went and I watched that video verbatim and would pause it and continue my PC. I had it on my little MacBook laptop and I walked through it step by step. Like, it's the hardest part is when you get a motherboard you're unfamiliar with and you got to look for the new slots. Like, that's it. And I mean, if you've looked in a PC before, like, you know what I'm saying? It is. It is kind of it's nothing compared to the difficulty of Lego. I can build a PC in 2 hours. Lego took me 3 weeks. Hell no. I wish there was a mod to beat the shit out of that one rude-ass brat in Whiterun. There is a mod to kill kids. Not that I did it. Oh my god, Dallas, I just saw you redeemed a hydrate. My bad. Hydrate, motherfuckers. Welcome back, Najio. Was it terrible? Were the kids okay, though? Back in the 90s, 2000s, everything was janky and impossible to get around the wrong way, or bend pins and you're screwed. And even, you know what's crazy, Anubis? You've heard my, like, horror stories of my first graphics card I ever put in my family PC as a kid. Cracked it open while it was on and just jammed it in where I thought it might fit. I got lucky. Hail Satan. I don't know, man. You shouldn't have. Like, those were the days to not get lucky. But I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I've never even grounded myself while building a PC. I usually sit in my little chair and I have a bare foot and I put my bare foot on the metal of my chair leg. They're so easy. Like, but I just don't think those boys I was going to college with had ever met a girl that built a PC before in my life. I don't think they'd ever met one. I don't know, but gatekeeping still, I just don't understand. Like, you realize that this behavior is not gonna make me touch your penis, right? My sweet little adorable 25-year-old nephew asked me if I'd ever heard of Skyrim. Oh, bless. Did you say no? What's that? I remember watching Zeke build his PC a year or something ago. It was fun. I love doing that stuff. It is. It's the same, like, I never thought about it before, but I did my first Lego this year. It's a similar, like, satisfying feeling at the end, except with a PC, you get that terrifying, like, okay, now is it going to turn on moment when you plug power in. Sadly, on my old PC, I spent a week modding Skyrim using a guide for the most epic Skyrim adventure. Lol, launched it, played an hour, it crashed, and I was done. That's exactly how I felt with mods. I got to a point where, like, I've so many hours in Skyrim, like, it's shameful. I can quote the dialogue when I'm playing the game, it's disgusting. So I was modding it to try to, like, change it up, and I did one of those mods where I think it was called, like, Frostheim or something, but it made it, survival mode. But survival mode basically just meant you had to eat every real time 60 seconds. You had to eat an entire wheel of cheese. Otherwise, you'd have no stamina or you would just die. You would starve to death. It was crazy. Like, I'm all about a survival game, but that was unrealistic. Frostfall, was that what it was called? It might have been Frostfall. It was fun, but I mean, the game became where can I find more food? Like the most caloric, in the game. High density food possible because it was constant. You couldn't go, you couldn't run across the world without having to have like 5 cheese wheels on you to like make it. And it just like there's not even a stomach that can hold that. Like, come on. The cheese wheels were already ridiculous. It was just a little too much and I just stopped. I was like, I'm over it. I'm over it now. I PCI blasted, but it survived. It was fine. I got away with it. I shouldn't have, is the moral of the story, Myron. But I did. They started fighting in the car. Isn't that the best? Cracked it open, jammed it in where I thought it might fit. Oh my god.
How I Lost My Virginity. A story.
But I thought nice guys always finish last, so I have to be a gatekeeping jerk to get ladies. My life is a lie. Weird, right? Weird how these gatekeeping jerks never have a smile. I don't know. It's weird. At least it was turned on first. It just works on so many levels. I thought about it. Is that like the Final Fantasy? Is that like one of them that they're Zeldas? What kind of name is that for a boy? A Hyuk. I can't go any further. It hurts. I'm in physical pain now. I'll be the guy that buys the latest stuff, then mostly plays games that aren't even close to being demanding. I do the same. Honestly, the most demanding games tend to be kind of games I'm not really into. Bree isn't afraid of us. She'll fight boys, girls, dogs, dragons, word, and even adults. I mean, the air, let's be honest. What is wind? That many cheese wheels would clog someone up good. You would die. You would fucking die. Exactly. Dang, that quest is over there. It's like 5 cheese wheels away. That was literally it. It was just insane. And the cheese wheels, by the way, were like 20 pounds a piece. So at the beginning of the game, when you needed to be consuming that much cheese wheels, you couldn't even physically carry that many cheese wheels. So you had to like find food on your way. You know what I mean? Because you have to like build up your carry capacity. I don't know. It was insane. Challenge accepted. It's not on me. My professional medical opinion is do not consume 1 cheese wheel, let alone multiples. I'm guilt-free now, motherfuckers. Hi, Death Rage. How are you, love? A lot of modern Skyrim mods have went for a lot more streamlined the past couple years. A super popular survival mod has now has auto eating and drinking and stuff. Oh my god, that would be nice. I like a survival game. Honestly, I wish someone would have done like, more complicated building. But I mean, they basically put all their resources into ESO now, which is fine. Buys cheese wheels. Oh, that would be so expensive. Have you ever seen how much a cheese wheel is? They're expensive. Speaking of games, the new Evil West, while not perfect, is amazing. You're a cowboy in the 1800s fighting freaking vampires. You know, that's on my wish list. I've been watching it. Cheese wheels, cheese wheels, cheese wheels, cheese wheels. Nope. Cheese wheels. I watched a Good Mythical More yesterday where one of the mythical crew members just realized that Link's last name is Charles, but I just realized he goes by a nickname of his middle name. Wait, Lincoln is his middle. I didn't know Lincoln wasn't his first name. Man, is he just all first names? What's his first name? It's something Lincoln Charles. Wow, that's a beefy name. Damn. The Twitter, absolutely. Or just pronounce, like, what my mom likes to do is she likes to say Italian food instead of, why? Why are we like this? Why are we, no? Why? Help. Sin. Fuck. Shush. Oh, his first name is Charles. So Charles Lincoln? That sounds better for some reason. Charles's last name just sounded weird with Lincoln. I don't know. Names are names. My name's weird too. What if I want to be locked up like a root-filled sewer pipe? That took me so many seconds. Oh, you're gonna have a pelvic ectomy, motherfucker. I was watching a streamer do a cheese run of Skyrim, and there are 202 different cheeses. You know, that's interesting. So I didn't necessarily do a cheese run in Skyrim, but I had one Skyrim game going forever. I literally have like thousands of hours. That's how I built my channel, was on Skyrim. What I had is that little apartment house in Whiterun. I rented it, bought it, whatever you did, and then I every time I saw cheese in the game, I had to get it. No matter where it was. If there was 50 cheese wheels, we would have to make trips, and I had to gather all the cheese, every fucking cheese I found, and we just filled that apartment with cheese. It was like floor to ceiling cheese wheels and cheese chunks and various cheese things, but I never counted the varieties. I feel a little fucked. Collected all that cheese, did nothing about it. I think I convinced someone it was birth control. I don't know. Those were weird days. Looking at that there TikToks. I'm still playing Skyrim through my Echo. I'm level 37 and lost in the wilderness. Don't die. Is it gonna, well, how do you get out of the wilderness? You can't see anything. You're gonna die. It's gonna happen. Can you just tell it to get out of the wilderness? It's actually Abraham Lincoln Neal. Wait. Where's the Charles? Wait. I feel like I missed part of a conversation. I imagine being that jammed up is a kind of birth control. You're gonna give birth to a different kind of baby. Like a heroin shit kind of baby. I was out smoking because I'm weak. Hope you vanquished the stray eyelash. It was so small and stupid, and then I shit you not, I sat down and there was another one, like, flew in my eye. And I sat here with tweezers and plucked it out of my eyelashes, but it was so small I couldn't show anybody. Eyelashes are the carnivorous plants of the face. It's very annoying. You only get a choice set of options? Dumb. Fast travel? Can you fast travel? Or you just lost forever? That reminds me of those, like, typing games from way back. We had one, it wasn't a game, it wasn't, like, on a floppy or anything, it's a standalone. It was, like, this little PC with, like, a screen this big and a little keyboard, and it would be like, "You're in a dark room. Walk forward. You see a door. Open door." You would have to type to it. Zork! Yeah. We had one of those. I think, honestly, my dad got it out of the dump. We had a lot of cool stuff that my dad found at the dump. Because we never bought that shit, and we got it, like, in the 90s, and that thing was way older than that. But it was fun for someone who had no video games at all. It's like ye olden text adventure games, but voice activated. But the ye old text adventure games didn't give me. Never gave me options, did it? I don't remember giving options. Also, hey Katie, it's been like, I want to say almost 2 months since I managed to catch streams for my benefit, and maybe someone else who hasn't been around for a while. Please, how have you been? And what's good in the hood and such? I mean, same old, same old. I'm alive. I got a really bad flu for like 2 weeks. that kicked my ass. That was terrible. It was like just a horrible sinus infection. Not COVID though. Took a test. Still a superhero. Don't know what's up. That's yeah. It just pushing on. Shampooed some carpets. I have no idea. Nothing. Nothing. But I'm alive and I'm doing okay and life is not terrible. I have a roof over my head and a meal a day. That's somewhere. We're going somewhere. We're going somewhere. You're about to be eaten by a grue. Knives! Oh my god. Was gonna make a joke in the tune of Fresh Prince for being gone, but fuck that. JDF committed suicide last week, and that kind of fucked me up. So if you're needing help, please contact someone called the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. A fucking men to that. 1-800-273-8255. Amen. It was so sad. It's the saddest thing. It's heartbreaking. Yeah. For those who don't know, the Green Power Ranger, I guess? Green and white? What was he technically? A Power Ranger. I don't know what color he was technically. But so fucking sad. Think I'm here to fucking read? I mean, how? Eat that much... Wait. If you eat that much cheese, I don't think it'll be a shit. It's more extruding cheese. Like some sort of disgusting string cheese. Honestly, they'd probably have to surgically remove it from you. Like when poops are like that solid and don't have any fiber, we have to go in and like take it out like a baby. You know, like there's only so many laxatives we can give you, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for the resub, Knives. I'd like to share something satisfying that happened. On Twitter, I tweeted about Matt Hancock, our health secretary during COVID, being on reality TV murdering people. Like old people in care homes. Oh, yeah, I think I've heard those jokes. A lady replied asking why I felt this way. I answered with a news article in earnest and then checked her history. Turns out she's been doing this on loads of people's tweets, calling them sheeple and saying, do your research in response to calling Matt Hancock. Maybe she wants her hand on that cock. You know what I'm saying? Hancock. There was even a multiplayer text adventure game for a while there. They were called Muds. Oh, I never played one of those. I responded again with peer-reviewed articles and journals, and she deleted her tweet. Interesting how that works out, huh? I advocate 988, but that's iffy. He was green, white, red, black. That's what I thought. Because he changed at one point, right? Green, then the White Ranger. Thank you. It's been a while. See, and Hikaru, not even kidding you, I remember him as the Black Power Ranger. That's how I always remembered him. I actually had to look it up when he passed away the other day. I had to look up. I was like reading his history, and I was like, oh my god, I completely forgot about that. Like, I remembered green and black. I didn't remember anything in the middle, which is interesting. Lizzie, they have no argument to it. I mean, it's barely a fight. It's like fighting with a toddler over nap time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to turn into a little bitch if you don't have a nap. No, I'm not turning into a little bitch if I don't have a nap. You're kind of turning into a little bitch because you're not taking a nap. No, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even a fight. It's just, all right. All right. I've been lucky. I haven't had an army buddy commit suicide in over 2 years. Oh my god. We have lost 8. Talk to your brothers. Talk to everybody, man. It's the worst. It's the worst. I lost a sister to it. I think everybody's touched by suicide in one way or another. Not to go down a dark tunnel, but for real. It's rough shit. Ask for help. Talk to people. Luckily for some of us, cheese is so laxative. Dairy makes me break out. It's a no on the baby food section. Oh my god, Banana, have I ever told you about the pelvic ectomy I got to be a part of? A patient came in who had been chronically constipated for months and just thought she was constantly chronically constipated, but the chronic constipation led to necrotizing bowel that spread to everything below her belly button. They scooped black sludge out of everything below the belly button. And she bitch walked out.
Hail Satan.
I still can't tell you how. It's a miracle what we can live without. But don't let yourself go chronically constipated for months, maybe. How's Colorado treating you? It's fucking cold. Colorado's okay. It's kind of a boring state, but it's all right. I'm honestly, like, I've lived in a lot of different states, and I don't know. People suck everywhere. The weed's dope. Most of the time when I engage with stubborn, flaming cunts on the internet is now offer them research or straight up give them research. It's like, hey, there's that research you're always talking about. Let me know if you want more. I love that. Literally shit. It was fucking crazy. They coined the term pelvicectomy. That's not anything anyone had ever done before. But when the patient came out of surgery, we were talking about pressures, uh, lung pressures for the ventilator. Because every time you come out of a serious surgery, you always stay on the ventilator until we can wake you up and then we extubate you, so on and so forth. And because this patient had a literal pelvicectomy, obviously we weren't waking them up right away. And they were telling me, like, your pressures are going to be really low and your volumes, your lung volumes, are going to look astronomical on the ventilator. So I'm not going to fucking nerd out on y'all, but your average human has somewhere between 4 and 7 liters of air in them at any one time. We always have a residual volume. You're never empty, but your max is somewhere in there. People can take big ol' inhales, big tall people, opera singers. It's wild. And I was like, this patient of mine was rather small. They were like a 5'2" person. I was like, how the fuck are they blowing like 1,200 liters on the, like, not literally, but like astronomical amounts of air? And the surgeon was like, well, we had to perform a pelvicectomy. And I'm like, I'm sorry, a what? And then they explained the previous story to me, and I was like, oh, so their lungs, there's nothing stopping them at this point. Yeah. Okay. No, they're breathing to their pussy. Yeah. That makes sense, though. Okay. I won't freak out, I guess. We had rain this morning, so now the snow's all gone. We haven't had rain yet, but the snow's it's going away, but I don't know if it melted because it's not wet out. It's not muddy. It's weird. Colorado's a strange place, but it's frigidly cold. I saw a story where a guy had a skin rash and then he lifted a skin flap and wait, there was a turkey sandwich in his skin, under his skin. Oh, under a skin, like in a fold or a roll. That happens far more often than you'd ever believe. Far more often. Robbie taking off. Gotta collect my youngest. Have fun. Be safe. Drive safe. Leave me with my lurk. Thank you. Be safe. You better at least get back. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to like get back here, but like get back. Mikey, thank you so much for subbing to the Class Keating and Classy Live and giving it an swings for fucking 43 months.
That's a really long time, and I appreciate you. Jesus Christ. Hail Satan.
Thank you. Bodies are amazing. It's pretty phenomenal. Like, I didn't get to see the inside of her empty. I did watch the patient walk out of the ICU, and I was like, they don't have organs, though. Like, they all rotted. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? It fucked me up a little bit. That was wild. I had a patient, Machinia, that one time came into the ED, and they were, I don't even remember why, something breathing related is the only reason I would be there. They were there for something breathing related, and whenever we're going to take a patient from the ER and make them an inpatient, we have to go over the entire patient's body from north to south pole and document any scar, scratch, injury, bruising, sore, rash, anything. We have to document it so that we can prove that none of that happened in the hospital. So, like, if you get bed sores in the hospital, that's on us. We have to pay for that care. You know what I'm saying? So we document everything. So we get this patient in, and long story short, we were going over their body and documenting, and I was just going over saying scar on shin, da 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 da. And I shit you not, a wrapped Twinkie fell out of their a roll that was kind of a tit but an armpit at the same time. I don't know what the fuck that's called, but a fucking wrapped Twinkie came out. And I just like sat there like, and without missing a beat, the patient said, "Oh yeah, I tucked that in there for a snack on the way. Can I keep it?" They had forgotten they, like, tucked a snack into their skin for the ambulance ride. We did not let them have it, just in case you were wondering, because it fell on the floor. Um, it's God's pocket. God's pocket is in here. If you didn't know, like a koala womb. Wait, related. I heard that blowing up a pussy can kill someone. I'm sorry, what? Blowing into? Oh, like a balloon? Or like a bomb? I don't know. I know, knives. Well, what happened was, remember how the couch was back here? So that couch is something Zach got at a thrift store ages ago, but it's a nice couch. It's just it's like a wood framed couch. Like it's easily 100 pounds. I'm not exaggerating. I can't one arm lift it. I literally have to sit on the ground and like shove it with my ass to move it. And I hadn't vacuumed or been able to shampoo the carpets over here in ages. And I decided to get a wild hair and do that. And I just have not had the same strength wild hair to put the couch back. It's so heavy. It's huge. It's great. It's a good couch. It's just so fucking heavy. It's wrapped, so that goes in patient property, right? Unless it's an edible item that falls on the ground, because Lord knows what's been on an ER ground, you know what I'm saying? Lord fucking knows. Theory of Games, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it 8 swings. I appreciate you. Thank you. Still around, mostly lurking, but always available. Thank you. We were talking about Star Wars earlier. Did you watch, I think, has the last Andor episode, I haven't watched the most recent released Andor episode. I don't even know if it's the finale. Is it? I watched the second to last one last night. It was phenomenal. The show is so fucking good. That's what we were talking about earlier. That's why his pocket's so deep. It's full of secrets. Like a pussy balloon. Well, I don't think so. I mean, if you distended the actual, because the vagina's on the inside. The vagina is on the inside. The vulva's on the outside. If you like damaged the vagina by distending it with air, yeah. Bitch. You best keep your shit in line, or I'm going to inflate your uterus until you die. What? The face hurts. Right, Fuzzy. Is he not phenomenal? Andy Serkis in Andor is just so good. So good. He breaks my heart a little. Pasty Bagel, how are you? Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings. I appreciate you. That's 26.
Bitch! That's a long fucking time. That's a little over 2 years. Thank you.
Damn. I'm like that guy from Ant-Man. Once you bring up Andor, you're here for the duration until I'm played out. Honestly, I never turn down a Star Wars conversation as long as people aren't mean about it. I like pretty much everything Star Wars aside from Jar Jar Binks, but like who the fuck's out there like, go Jar Jar? You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't hate him, but I don't get it. If you get air blasting out a pussy, that makes the lips flap, flap, flap. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like pussies queef. So, like, you know what I mean, Ensville? Like, have you fucked a pussy? Serious question, not trying to be facetious. But if you haven't, sometimes when you're, like, in a certain position, it all depends on the pussy you're fucking and that person's anatomy. But, like, air can get shoved up there. and then, like, maybe that pussy comes and squeezes real hard and a little toot toot comes out, like, out the pussy, but they didn't die. So I'm gonna go with it's an urban legend. And that's just off that alone. Queefs exist, therefore. No, don't bump my pussy up. Not again. Not again. Aw, shucks. My stomach the conversations that could be heard out of this house. When I was a kid, one of the kids on my kid that's a lot of kid. When I was a kid, one of the kids on my street said the girl was playing with a broomstick like a witch, and the broom handle got stuck in her vagina. That's not how witches do it, honey. And I was like 6. I'm sorry, I don't mean to. And I didn't know there was an inside. I just imagined that the broom was so wrapped into the labia that it got gripped onto the. No! Is this gonna last forever? What the fuck, though? I can't finish that out loud. I'm gonna do my best. What the fuck? When I was a kid, one of the kids on my street said that a girl was playing with a broomstick like a witch, and the broom handle got stuck in her vagina. And I was like 6, so I didn't know there was an inside. I just imagined that the broom was so wrapped into the labia that it gripped onto the wood and wouldn't let go. Like, like super glue labia. Terrified me. Queefish. I was just gonna say the same thing as well. I was just gonna say ladies queefage. It has dual meaning. You get it? Like queefish, like Quidditch, but also like queefage. Because it's a broom handle, my dudes. What? I can't breathe. Lizzie, your imagination as a child is so beautiful. They do squats after and just. I can't breathe. What the fuck, though? I cannot. My face. You've ruined this song, by the way. The gripping labia, though. Wait. Wait. I'm fucking deceased. I can't fucking breathe. Holy shit. Uh. Loznay Beulah and the broom that poked everything. The new novel, not from JK. Fuck her. I'd totes read the fuck out of that, is all I'm saying. All I want to ask, do you have like opposable labs downstairs or like what's up there? Because your girl doesn't, but my curious is mounting. Oh, no. I got that. I love sweeping. Can you move away from the stove? I really need to get under there. I don't want to be alive anymore. Lizzie, your brain is so beautiful. What a good song to come out at this exact moment. You can't hear it though. Now you can hear it. Clean floors. It's all in the hips. Oh my god. Somebody call Mickey Mouse. Have we got a job for that little fuck? We're in need of some brooms. I think I need to leave for 2 months again. Right? Imagine sitting on someone's face and accidentally becoming a face hugger. Like, it's a concern. Please mind the doors. Oh my god. Lizzie, did you write this joke? Why do witches not wear underwear? So they can grip onto the broom better. Like, okay. Okay, new question though. Like, I'm thinking, how do I word this without asking, like, what's the average labia length? Because, like, your girl's labs, I mean, I don't think I could wrap around a pencil if I had the tactility. But, like, to get around a broom handle. All labs are beautiful and deserve to be suckled. I'm just throwing that out there. But bitch could not be prehensiling around a broom handle. I would need extensions. Maybe I could employ my asshole's help. Jesus Christ. I volunteer as tribute to the new facehugger overlords. Oh, I'm thinking the dangle down. From front to, oh yeah, front to back. I mean, that all based on like your gooch and shit like that. Yeah. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was just thinking like, if, like, no shame, but like we need to employ some roast beef queens is all I'm saying. if we wanted this, like, team, you know what I'm saying? So, true story that's I don't know if yours was true or not, if someone got a broom stuck in their vagina acting like a witch, whatever the fuck that was. But when I was in middle school, I don't know if in the UK they do this, but in hot lunch in America, in most of the schools I went to as a kid, moved a lot, if you got hot lunch and for some reason they were offering a banana that day, you usually got a chunk of banana like this big that was just cut with the skin on. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you could end up with a bananas on either side. You could end up with the bananas, the top of the banana, or the mids, depending on your luck of banana grab. And someone in my school put it up their no-no, and it, like, went, because it was too short. There was no, like, flair to it, and they had to call, the paramedics had to come to the school and pick her up and took her away, and we were all like, where'd they take Charisse? Why is Charisse being taken away by paramedics? Because she just straight up, like, went to the bathroom, put it inside her, couldn't get it out, came to class, and sat down. This was, like, 7th grade. It was real strange. Like, I don't think I would have gone back to class and just, like, sat down with a bananas in me. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot. Maybe it was a bangina. I don't know. The banildo. She went to visit her banana. Who knew witches' brooms were designed by the same people who make the Sibian? Walmart aisle 3, clean up on brooms. Again. Ma'am, can you please put your 4-inch labias away? Thank you. Telling me vagina. Can't even see it. Rock your body in time. Okay, I believe you. Oh, my Nana was a super perv. She, like, especially in her older years, like her grandma years, she didn't give a fuck. She would say the most absurd shit out loud. I think we need to take a break because one of my dumb poods is coming to say hi, which usually signifies we've been live for 2 hours. Hello. Hi. This is Lilith, the one that's hairs get in my eyeballs all the time. Come, Mr. Telling telling me vagina. Oh, what? She likes to hug. So she'll, like, put her head on my shoulder and then just push into me really hard. It's fucking precious. Aw. Daylight come and I wanna go. That song's never gonna be the same again. Never. Elk, how are you, my love? The longer I play Queefish, the longer they get. It's part of the sport, I guess. It's like growing muscles. Now, ladies, don't forget to massage your olive oil on your labs this evening and stretch them appropriately. I don't want to see any brooms dropped tomorrow. You know who I'm talking about, Susan. Oh my god. Alchemy. Lizzie posted arguably one of the funniest things I've ever read in my life. One of. Not, I mean, I can't ever say what's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life because I'm too old for that. However, I really want to read to you what Lizzie said if it's still in chat. Hold up. Oh, fuck, it's not. My chat went too far. No. Oh. Oh my god. Long story short. Um so Lizzie went to school and the older kids were like, "Oh my god, Anubis pulled it. I love you so much. Thank you." Literally Alchemy went to pull it. Alch, we got it. Can I read it to you? It's so funny. Then we have to take a break cuz I have to pee and this is going to make me need to pee really bad. Okay. It's so I love just this is Lizzie Nebula. Lizney Beulah. as Bubblicious coined. When I was a kid, one of the kids on my street said that a girl was playing with a broomstick like a witch, and the broom handle got stuck in her vagina. And I was like 6, and I didn't know there was an inside. I just imagined that the broom was so wrapped into the labia that it gripped onto the wood and wouldn't let go, like super glue labia. Don't know what my phone number is. No, I do. I'm not that bad. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, I had to pee so fucking bad. And then I had to wash my hands, but I had to wait like 5 minutes for the water to not be ice cold, and I'm just not gonna wash my hands in ice cold water. It is just too fucking frigid for that. I love Queens of the Stone Age. I know, me too. Big fucking fan. They're great. Smalls, how are you? Ooh, what's your question? What's up, honey boo? We've even been kind of talking about medical things in a very off way. Burn the Witch is a really, really good one. Also, Little Sister, I think, is on the same album. My shit's really twisted. Hold up. Honestly, there's I love all the projects they do too, like their side projects. They just have a really cool. Well, we were talking about labia length. That's kind of meta. That's like anatomy ish. Oh, I love If I Had a Tail. Oh, another one I like. Is it Collapsia? Collapsia is one of my favorites off of the time is the vampire, whatever, vampires of lords of time and whatever. I don't know. Album names escape me. I really like Collapsia. That album was decent, honestly. It didn't get a lot of action for some reason, but I liked it. It was different. My hair is so floofy today, and it keeps poking me in the face. I hate this. Vampires of Time and Memory. Thank you. That's the album, right? Yeah, dude, Collapsia is crazy. That whole album, though. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the album real quick. I can't remember. I'm real bad with Queens of the Stone Age is one of my favorite bands ever, like top 5, because they're so good at doing like I don't know if they do it on purpose, but to me, they make really good concept albums in terms of the songs really flow well together. Like it feels like a story from point A to point B, and I love it. But it makes it so I don't ever remember song names because I just listen to the whole fucking album, like clockwork. Thank you. I could see it, like, the album's red, and it has, like, the vampire on it. Or it has, like, a figure that's supposed to look like a vampire. That's why I thought Vampire Time Memory. That's my bad. Which is weird. I don't even know if I ever bought that CD. Like, might have been beyond that time. That's really weird. But that's the one, right? Yeah. Blocks? Do you talk about blocks yet? Right or happy? It's changed my thinking, especially if I'm in an argument. No. We haven't. We haven't talked about it on channel, no. It fucked my brain up. Isn't it weird to think about? Would you rather be have you guys watched that stand-up yet? What's, he was oh my god, I just watched an interview with him this morning, and his name is escaping me. What's his name? The comedian? I hate my head so much. Blocks, his name is stand-up. Blocks on a wall, he's pulling off and telling stories. The last one he did was, like, 3 mics. Fuck. Neil Brennan. Yes, Brennan. Brennan, right? Is it Brennan? I think so. The new stand-up is phenomenal. It's kind of heartbreaking. Yeah, Ennsville, exactly. That's exactly the question. So in the stand-up, Neil Brennan said something along the lines of, "I'm the type of person who struggles with the question, would you rather be right or happy?" And then he's like, and I put it up on Twitter immediately. I put up a poll on Twitter. I'm like, would you rather be right or happy? Because it's kind of wild. It's an existential question. You could take it as far as you want to, or keep it not as far as you want to, whatever. You know what I mean? But it's like I don't know. Happy, exactly. My gut instinct is happy, but that could mean dementia. That could mean living in a fantasy that's not real. That could mean a lot of things. You know, happy to me is something that I don't think I'm going to see in my lifetime. So, you know what I mean? If you think about it too much, it hurts my head. Machinia, yes. Let me give you a link. Hold on. Or let me give you a permit if my mods don't beat me to it. Oh, chat, come on. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me, beach. Did I win? Did I win? I win. Never happens. Can you not have both? I mean, I think it's just an either or question just to like pose an internal problem, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Knives, I don't know. Yes? Yeah. Yes, I would say yes. Technically. You can be whatever the fuck you want to be. My God is the Sun is the other song that I was going to play. I'm also going to pull up this one. This isn't My God is the Sun. This is the one that you were saying you liked. But My God is the Sun is the very next song. And it's a good one. I just want to pull up your song on the right monitor. Because my gaming monitor is a shit. It's not. It's actually wonderful. I just don't have a capture card functioning right now. I've been happy, so I don't know what that would feel like. I've been happy, so I don't know what that would feel like. And I'm always wrong in some way. Well, and that's the thing, like, I like being wrong because I learn from it. But I don't, like, no one wants to be wrong. Especially if you have, like, confidence in a statement, you know what I mean? And then someone's like, well, actually, and you're like, well, now I feel like an idiot. But also, if you're never wrong, you never learn anything. And I'm kind of like a learn crackhead, like, not to be existential about it. You know, I just like to learn stuff. And I guess before you know about it, you're always going to be wrong about it, right? It's fucking with my head. I'm going to smoke drugs. If you got it, smoke it. Never been happy. And see, that's on it. Knives. Here's another question. And this is one my therapist has posed at me a lot. Because she's always like, well, what do you want? I'm like, I just want to be happy. And she's like, well, what is that? And I'm like, I don't fucking know because I don't know if I've had, like, how do you know? Honestly, I think it's just a word. We all know that. Happy is obviously just a word. But, you know, nothing exists until we give it a name. But much like, you know, no shame on those who have faith, but religion or something else that you don't believe in, you know, like, what if it's just a made up thing to keep us going? Well, you know what I mean, Anubis. I'm trying to, yes, agreed. But you know what I mean? Like time always existed. It just needed someone to conceptualize of it. Like, is happy an actual thing? Like, is it a reachable moment? Is it a fleeting emotion? Is it a thing? Like, what is it? I don't know. I get fucked up by that. My brain hurts. I'm grinding up more weed. I need a load of bowl. I have a conflict at work. I asked myself, would I wait, okay, Auspex, I gotta wait for the rest. I'd be happier if I get this broom on my gooch. Tell the gooch to let go. Hi, C-Town, how are you, love? Oh, fuck, dude. The soundtrack for Disco Elysium was fucking phenomenal. Hell yeah, I'm down for that. I'd settle for not an unhappy maybe. I'll take being content. It feels like a noble enough goal to strive for, honestly. Me too. Honestly, I'm happy striving. Like, if I'm enjoying the strive, for lack of a better word, you know what I mean? Then I don't really need the end goal of happy. Because I guess I'm I don't know. That hurts. My head hurts. That's a painful one to think. My brain goes too circly with it. But I agree. Like, I don't, because if you're like happy, like everything is fine, why do you keep going? Like, what's left? Because I feel like I'll be existentially unhappy because there's always something else I want to do. And if I can't do it, it makes me unhappy. Like, I want to travel. I want to eat all the food. I want to fuck in another country. You know, there's I don't know. But maybe that's the type of person you are. That's so difficult. That's a hard question. No, Anubis, I love talking about stuff like this. Like, this is the kind of stuff I love to devil's advocate for. You know what I mean? Like, when Gillette the other day was like, you know, people love to devil's advocate for shitty people, but like shitty people don't need a devil's advocate. I love this stuff. It's fun to talk about because there's no right or wrong answer. I think it's very personal. I don't know. I'm like, I'm happy if I don't have a migraine in a day. Like, that's really nice. I love pie. I can't understand why people are talking about pie, but I'm into it. If you've been in the shit, in some way your standards change, and that's another thing. Like, I think a lot of I've talked about this a lot, Enzo, I probably like a broken record, but a lot of these people who are very loudly angry on the internet, like a lot of Trumpies who like to just be like, "Rah," all the time, I don't think they've actually experienced anything in their life to give them any scope. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you need to go through existential trauma to, like, understand scope, but maybe they've had a cushy existence thus far or something. Why do you need to be unhappy to be motivated to change? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just guessing. That's a really good question. I guess and that's where I think it's personal. That's maybe for me. I don't know. I don't. That's weird. I don't that's hmm. I don't know. Because if you're happy with the way things are, why would you be motivated? What would motivate you to change? What motivates you to change if you're not uncomfortable? That's my question I pose back. Like, this isn't like all encompassing, but the first thing I thought of when it in terms of your question was losing weight. Like when I was in college, I gained a ton of weight, unhealthy relationship, ate my feelings. And the reason I started running and eating better is because my clothes felt horrible and I felt like a sausage in a too tight casing. But had I never been uncomfortable, I don't know if I'd been motivated to change. But you can't, I mean, that's not an all encompassing example. Like, you could apply this to anything. It's going to be different anyway. You know what I mean? I'm grinding up weed right now, Najee. I am right there with you. I'm behind on a couple cheerses. Woo! My grinder's sticky. I need to take a safety pin to it. Apple pie is always going to be better when apples are fresh. I agree. They're so much sweeter, but I come from like apple country. I'm spoiled when it comes to those. One of the most dangerous things in life, in my opinion at least, is to get completely comfy and stay that way. Your brain switches off the bit of itself that wants to learn and be more. I kind of feel like if you look at, people who are geniuses, quote unquote, or just existentially smart people, they're usually kind of tortured. And I think it's because they are always uncomfortable, which drives them to invent and to create and change things because they are so fucking uncomfortable with the way things are or otherwise. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I just think maybe. I'm way happier than I've been for over a decade. That makes me really happy for you, Mickey. A certain someone has made it so. You're welcome. Doesn't mean I'm not working on getting even better. And I'm the same. But I guess when we're talking about happy, when we say happy, are we talking about like an over encompassing, like everything is perfect and in its place? Or are we talking like, you know, you can be unhappy and then add a person to your life or thing to your life, like a dog or an activity to your life or whatever, and be happier, but it doesn't mean there's other aspects of your life that you still aren't uncomfortable with that you might strive to change, even though you're essentially happy with one portion. Like, I consider myself an overall happy person, but I rearrange my fucking living room twice a week. Like, let's be honest. How often have you seen a new background? It doesn't mean I'm happy. I just like to change shit around because someday I'll find the feng shui of it. But I don't know. That's a really good question. The only thing that would motivate you to change in your I'm happy delusion is, am I really happy? Right? You'd question it. And I feel, and this is just my opinion, I feel like you would only question it if you were at least a little uncomfortable. Right? Smalls. Through discomfort comes growth. Like, I don't, if I, like if you are super comfy and you have like the world's softest blanket and you're snuggled up in the corner of the world's softest couch with all the world's softest blankets and you're watching Legend, like, are you motivated to get up? No, because everything's perfect. So you're not going to change your situation. But that's where my brain's going. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I don't, that's me maybe. Again, personal. I've traveled while content in everyday life while miserable, and it's actually better if you're already in a good place in my experience. I kind of agree. I had food poisoning when I traveled the last time. Well, not the last time, the time before the last time. It was a terrible time. 'Cause then you're not wasting your trip feeling pissy about having to go home. Amen to that. Happy doesn't necessarily mean that everything's perfect. It means you find happiness where you are. Exactly, and I think, like, the where you are outweighs the rest, you know? Like, there could be, like, where you live might be weighing on you, or your sheets might be itchy, or there might be some part of your life that is annoying, but the other parts that are giving you serotonin and happy feelings outweigh them, so they don't stand out as much as being annoying. You know, when you're already in a shitty mood or if you're irritable, I mean, that's like the definition of irritable, right? Not saying it's the same thing, but like when you're irritable, things that normally wouldn't upset you suddenly are infuriating. I think it's kind of the same. And Mickey, I'm exactly the same. I don't know, maybe that's science people, like, we struggle forever with this, but I'm like, even if I will always find something new to strive at because I like it. I like to have a project, I like to have a challenge, I'm the same. I think that's why we all like video games because it's kind of a never-ending library of that we can, like, go through if we're seeking some sort of challenge. I think, happiness is moments of extreme satisfaction interspersed into a general environment of being comfortable. Ooh, I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. That's just happiness in the moment. I mean, what's like but how long like, how I mean, how long does a moment have to last for it to no longer just be in the moment? Because like, Legend's a fairly long movie. I might pass out. That means it could turn into 8 hours of comfy happiness. Just playing devil's advocate, but for real, like, how long does a moment have to be? Oh, it is a moment, 100%, and I think, like, all of those little moments added up create the picture of happiness. Oh my god, I love Legend so much. It's definitely one of my comfy time movies. I don't know why that was the first thing that popped to mind, but it's one of them. I don't know. It's amazing. Someday, Knives, it'll happen for you. I love this song too. Collapsia, the delusion of things being more beautiful than they are. Kind of appropriate to the conversation. Funny how you mentioned soft blanket. I'm curled up in a super soft Sherpa blanket in my chair of my late grandma's. Oh, hell yeah. You comfy. Don't move. I'm going from a job with a lot of constant change to one without it. It actually makes me happy, trying to make sure I don't end up a cripple from all the hard physical jobs. C-Town, you're very smart to do that. I hate seeing like what not that construction is the only job that does this, but watching what construction in general, I was gonna pause it and play the other song, has done to my stepfather's body. And he didn't think early enough on, maybe I should change it up. It's not that he was doing it because he had to. He just like was good at it, has a welding license, all that. And I mean, his type of job, he builds like water treatment plants and does outdoor like underwater welding and shit like that. So in Seattle, when it's wintertime and it's frigid and there's freezing rain, there's no work. So he usually gets a couple months off during the winter. And it's crazy. His body like breaks down in 2 months. And then he starts working and it takes a couple months for him to get back. And then he's back to speed and he's like a 16-year-old. Like he's long and limber and ready to go. But I'm terrified for the day he retires because that's when your whole body just like goes in on itself. Oh, I love this. You can tell this is by the same uh musician. That's the word. Most emotions don't have very long lasting times, but I think that's why we like them. You know what I mean, Cake? Like the emotions that last too long or feel like they last too long are the ones we hate, like depression. And even in a moment like mania, for instance, and not everybody can relate, but if you have any sort of neurodivergence like that, like me, in mania, like at the beginning, it feels great. You're waking up every day like you've slept literally 2 hours. So waking up is a very strong word, but you're getting out of bed every morning feeling high on speed. And it's your mania. It's your body misfiring. But what happens is like after a certain amount of days, that it becomes panicky, it becomes anxiety inducing, and it becomes exhausting. Or weeks, or however long your mania lasts. You know what I mean? So like even that, I agree. Like you can apply that to a lot of things. Like even something that feels great when it lasts too long becomes something we don't want anymore. And I think the reason we treasure those happy moments is because they're so short and fleeting. which sucks. I think video games, especially nowadays, are a source of feeling competent in a world, or at least a country culture, where feeling competent is nearly impossible given the constantly shifting goalposts and the dilution of support systems and the ability to self-support. I agree so hard with that, Banana. I think about that a lot in terms of like, if you look at like hundreds of years ago, people had skills and those skills were like valued, and we saw those people as competent because they went out and got a skill. But nowadays, because we have such a separation between what we purchase and what is actually in our home of everything, you never see the butcher cut your meat, so you don't value the tradesman's work that goes into what a butcher has to know how to do. Or, you're not part of your house being built. You didn't see your house be built probably. So you have no idea the work that went into that, the tradesmanship, the competency. You know what I mean? And because of that, the only time we're actually around anyone else is either with our work cohorts, which you might see their competency if you work in an environment where you're like working together. Like in a hospital, I definitely saw other people's competency. But in other terms, the only time you're around other people is for lax time. It's only enrichment. And there is no time when we're around each other just being competent or seeing it to acknowledge it and appreciate it and strive to do something similar to that. You know what I mean? Like when I say underwater welder, unless you work construction, you have no idea what that means. But my dad makes like $75 an hour, and that's an insanely valuable trade to get into. They're like one in a million, those people that can weld upside down, let alone underwater in a water treatment plant full of shit. You know what I mean? But because there's that huge separation, you don't even know what that is. People aren't even going to school for it, and soon we're not going to have that person anymore. And I think, like, unless I'm verbally bragging about my competencies, how does anyone I know I did something? And so now we've kind of turned our leisure activities into a way to show our competency, i.e. video games. Like, look, I'm really good at this video game. I can carry the team or our bowling team or so on and so forth. It's really weird. I think it's bullshit too. It's sad. It's very bizarre. Like the whole just hands-off approach on life in general, I think is very weird. That was a beautiful song. I'm saving that. Hold on, I need to save this. That was gorgeous. I love finding new music. Thank you. Oh, what a fitting song to play next. In the corporate world of do more with less, it's next to impossible to actually feel competent in most white-collar supposed jobs. Exactly. I mean, honestly, how do you show your competency? Have big cars in the front yard and a big house. Like money. That's all people, like, I think subconsciously, that's how people are showing their competency. Like, the way I'm going to show you I'm good at what I do is the size of my house. Or car. You know what I mean? Look what I have. I wouldn't have these things if I wasn't competent at the thing I do all day you don't see. Right? It's fucked up, but I feel like maybe some people get into that game. Like into that mind space, which is sad. It's that we've come full circle. Let's come back to name brands. We were talking about Louis Vuitton earlier. Yeah, it's just like it's status symbols. Yeah. It's like having a huge rock on your hand. Again, no shade at anyone married or anyone with a huge rock on your hand. But I knew a lot of girls, I mean, they were very serious when they said, he better have a large rock for me. Like, they would make jokes about how it would weigh their hand down. Like, they want a huge diamond because it shows how competent their husband is. Or wife, or it was always husband, let's be honest. It was Maryland, white girls. Always husband. Look how competent my husband is. I think that's the only way people show it anymore. Without just, because... Like, for instance, if I had a social circle of people who weren't medical and I come out of work and I want to tell them about something cool I did at work, they're going to have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, I could talk about ECMO all day and they're like, what? Nah. You know what I mean? You can tell someone about your accomplishments, but if they're not in your field, they have no fucking idea that was an accomplishment. Versus seeing it. I don't know. I'm the number one person. I'll never brag about myself ever. I'm deprecation queen, but I've seen it, and I don't know. I think that's kind of how people do it nowadays. I was brought up to never brag about oneself. I was kind of the same. I was brought up to bring up your team, like bring rise up the people around you. That's, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the right way or not. This was a great running song. It's a good song if you hit a hill. Let others brag for you. I mean, honestly, I guess if they're around. Nowadays, it's how big your PC is. Like, but I mean, so here's the yeah, my biggest PC case doesn't have the best parts in it. That's all I was gonna say. I have 2 PCs because dual PC system, and the PC that runs OBS is an XL case, but my PC that has my 3090 in it is definitely not. So if someone was to come into my house and be like, "Get the big case, it's the better one," they would lose. Cheers to the thieves. No one's gonna come and steal anything in my house. There's so many fucking spiders on my walls. Are you kidding me? Adorable. Honestly, Kojo, I haven't seen any newer games that I've really had my eye on. Um, I've been on the past couple days. I just had insane cramps because I'm still a menstruating female, and that's the best. And honestly, the only time that I could, if the painkillers worked at all, I sat down and I played TFT because it's mindless. It's mind numbing. I don't really have to think about it. But when I didn't have cramps like a week ago, um, I was playing in my off time. I've been playing through Dishonored for the first time ever. I'd never played Dishonored before, and holy shit, is that a really fucking fun game. I owned it for some reason. I have no idea. Probably because I used to do a bunch of stuff with Bethesda. They probably gave it to me for free, but I owned the first and second one. So I just started playing the first one as like a fun, like just shits and giggles, and that is a super fun game. But no, there hasn't been any. I haven't seen any new releases coming or, you know, announced that I've been like, oh yeah. I've got a shit ton of games on my wish list, literally over 100 that are not released yet, that are all like coming soon, that look like fun indie games like Autopsy Simulator and shit like that, but I don't have any idea when they're ever gonna come out. They're just like, when I'm bored, I'll sit there and shop the depths of Steam. I still do that at work. When I'm responding to an email, I always use we, meaning my team, even if we're doing all the work. I do the same. When I've been nominated for a couple awards as a streamer, like streamer of the year or whatever, I always say it's the community because where the fuck is someone without their community? We is stronger to me. In IT, what did you do today? I managed to keep a bunch of people working, fix an issue that could have taken down one of our main systems before it did, and saved a bunch of money on a good deal of equipment. And then the entire organization questioned what I even do. That feels about right. It's not the size of the PC that matters. It's what you do with it that counts. It's true. It's the ventilation that counts. Let's be honest. What's your cooling system? Fuck. I'm Irish. I think genetically it's impossible for me to bag. Bono's an Irish medical marvel. Dude, for real. Cake, I'm so happy we're friends because for years, my sisters and I would talk about this, and we were pretty convinced that maybe my Nana was just a cunt and that my Nana in the nursing home, which was her mother, was just a cunt. Because in our family, sorry, the beginning of that song is so metal. Oh, Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Oh my God, perfect. You basically just pick on each other. Sarah, we're talking about families now. I don't know how we got here. But like the Irish and my Nana, you just pick on each other. Just pick. I mean, literally to my Nana's dying day, every single time my mom walked in the door, Georgie, what did you do to your hair? My mom didn't do anything to her hair. Nothing. She washed it, didn't wash it, got off work first thing in the morning. It didn't matter. Georgie, what have you done to your hair? What are you wearing? What are those earrings? Always. And we would just be like, she did nothing to her hair, Nana. What is wrong? Like, always. Never. And I think it's that. I don't know. It's got to be. Hello, my little sister. How are you? I talked to a friend who's a skydiving instructor. I'm going skydiving next time he visits. Oh my God, I'm so jealous. Are you going to do it the flying fields that aren't flying fields anymore? Oh my God, what are they called? Harvey Field? Is that where you're going to do it? Ship of Fools? No, is it a game? Oh my God, Koto, you may have killed your friend. Koto said I stupidly bought my friend Hades. And now I don't hear from him as much anymore. He'll be gone for a good year. It'll be a good year. Be a good year. favorite them. Oh, Lord. That's the thing. Mickey, I was just gonna bring that up. The last thing I was nominated for, while the website and everything seems to be not this, many people I know and love and trust, streamers I know who have been previously nominated, have spoken openly about how what are they called? The game hers are prolifically turfy. And if you don't know what a turf is, a trans radical exclusionary feminist essentially believes that unless you have had a period, you can't be a woman. Because apparently the only thing that defines a woman's experience is bleeding out her pussy. Tell me you're an ignorant cuck without telling me you're an ignorant cuck. You know what I'm saying? Sarah, apparently not a woman, is what I'm saying. I mean, I'm a communist for not having kids, so, like, it goes pretty far. I got it, Najeel. Thank you. No, bud. Not right now. Not right now, bud. Some bragging's good. I think bragging to a certain... I think there's I mean, honestly, a lot of us, we brag out. Like, bragging... If you've worked really damn hard for something and you're proud of it, I have nothing wrong with someone bragging about that. There's a difference, and I don't know how to define... I don't know how to say it. But there's a difference between someone who's just, like, being a cunt. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's got to be a word for it. It's 2022. If I want to be Batman, all I need is dead parents. I mean, I'm halfway there. So, let's go. Let's fucking go. I'm just kidding. Please don't kill my mom. Please, I don't want to be Batman. Just kidding. No, thank you. If it's bragging to make yourself feel good, that's fine. If it's bragging to make someone else feel less, fuck you. Oh, that's it. That's it. It's when someone is bragging to obviously make you feel less. That's it. Ooh, that made me feel icky, but that's exactly it. Yeah. Yeah. Or, like, just seeking praise or what. I mean, it's like I think I will brag about, like, I am a damn good respiratory therapist. I was going to say something specific. I'm a good respiratory therapist, man. I was fucking good at my job. I've never missed an ABG, never missed an artery in my life. I was fucking good at it. But I worked damn hard for it. And I wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't even know how to say that to bring someone else down. But using my own accomplishment to, like, fuel someone else's bad feelings seems like a horrible time. What? That's a horrible thing to do. Yeah? We can medically induce a period in anyone, so they're fucked. It's the dumbest argument. I mean, it's not an argument, right, Mickey? It's not an argument. It's arguing with the toddler who needs a break. I mean, who needs a nap? You need to take a nap. You're being a dumb cunt. I'm not being a cunt. I don't need a nap. You're being a dumb bitch right now. Just not taking. You know what I'm saying? There's no argument. It's fucking flawed from the get-go. If it's bragging to make yourself feel good, that's fine. Yeah, God, that's poignant. If it's bragging to make someone else feel less, fuck you. Fuck, that's good. I only brag in video games because I'm toxic as shit in video games. I just say GG and get the fuck out. It's the difference between being proud of your accomplishments and rubbing it in other people's faces. Exactly. Yeah. It's gross. I don't surround myself with those kinds of people, but I know they're out there. Oh, Small. Oh, I did. Oh, Smalls, I did miss this. My nephew and son are in for round 2 of RSV. The fuck? Dude, that shit is rampant right now. Oh my God. I hope they're doing better. Thank you, Banana, for reposting this. I did. I don't know how, but thank you. My son doing better now, but how to help nephew? The fever's doing good, staying away without intervention, but even with his albuterol nebulizer, his chest is still bleh. How to help with Tylenol and Advil isn't easing the aches. Okay, so he's got an albuterol. What do you mean by chest is bleh? Can you give me, like, you know what I'm saying? Is it... Hold on, I gotta turn the music down to think straight. I just really like this song and I can hear it. We'll put on Nine Inch Nails. I don't have to think about that. So, basically what I'm looking for is, does he have a productive cough or is he just really wheezy? Because if he's just real wheezy, like, and just breathing really deep, you know, getting that barrel chest, doing purse mouth breathing, and doesn't look like they're getting good breath, even after the albuterol, you need to go to the doctor and tell them that exactly. After the albuterol, they are still wheezing. It does not alleviate after 15 to 30 minutes. They're still struggling to breathe. If it's a productive cough, meaning like they're on the albuterol, they had the chest infection, and they've just got the ickies in their lungs, and they just sound like rattly and gunky down there and whatever. Honestly, the number one thing is mobility and coughing it up. Your lungs are a very, very specified, I can speak, specified, unique material that is so specialized. Only aerosolized molecules, meaning air, oxygen, and carbon dioxide, and some other things that aren't so great, like, THC and carbon monoxide, can permeate those membranes. So what I'm saying is fluid, mucus, infection cannot. It's not just going to be absorbed into the body if you've got mucus in your lungs. You have to get it out. And there are many different ways to give yourself a productive cough. You can have someone clap on your back. What we do, it's called CPT, but literally all you do is cup your hands. So you've got like literally like a little cup of air in your palm. And then you're just going to do this. You can do it to the front of their chest as well, but you'll hear that. I'm trying to mimic it. You hear that thick sound because there's an air cup happening. Do that on every lobe of the lung, front and back of their body. That's what we do to people who can't cough or people who have cystic fibrosis. Getting on all fours on the ground and just putting your arms out far enough that your head is slightly lower than your ass, putting yourself at an incline because gravity, mucus will come up the airways. But the number one way to get over a terrible infection that has anything to do with a productive cough, productive meaning when you cough, mucus comes out, you got to keep coughing, keep going. You don't want to suppress the cough. A lot of people fuck up in that they'll take a shit ton of cough medicine and suppress the itch in their throat and suppress the nerves, telling them that there's mucus and infection rattling around in their non-conductive airways and they need to get it out. And then they just sleep and they end up getting plugs. So if you've ever been really sick and you wake up in the morning and you cough really hard and like a perfect jelly noodle of mucus flies out of your mouth and you're like, is it a worm? Am I dying? No, it's called a plug. It's literally that mucus that while you were sleeping, it nestled into one of your bronchial tubes and was so dry that it couldn't be just mobilized out by the cilia moving it. So it needed your diaphragmatic push to pop it like a cork of a fucking wine bottle out of that bronchial. And suddenly, like, we can literally pop open people's lungs that way. By doing CPT, you can get those plugs moving. But hydration, keeping on your albuterol, doing it Q4, I would say, probably for a 4-year-old is what you're already doing. But again, if you're doing an albuterol nebulizer as prescribed, whatever, and you're still hearing wheezing, like put your ear to his back. Do you hear like every once in a while? It sounds. It's not a wheeze here. People fake wheezes all the fucking time. I need an albuterol. Do you hear my wheeze? I can fucking hear if your wheeze is up, below, or above your vocal cords, you fucking idiot. Why do you think I went to school for 9 years? Get the fuck out. You're not getting albuterol. Some people are just panicky and beg for it. What I'm talking is, it sounds like if you blow up a balloon and then you stretch the neck and like let little bits of air out. You know, those little like, it'll sound like rubber squeaking together in the lower lobes. Like it literally down here, you'll hear like, and that is plugs and mucus causing a sound, a whistle, as it's trying to pass through the bronchial tubes. If that's not being amended by the albuterol, you got to go back to your doctor and tell them that exact thing. Like 30 minutes post albuterol, I'm hearing wheezes. Wheezes. Like respiratory therapy wheezes, bitch. Because you're smarter than that. You've been taught up. You know what a wheeze is. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of very anxious patients who will learn medical terminology and then try to use it against us. Like they'll learn rails, wheezes, rattles, whatever. They'll learn all the terminology by just listening to us charting and listening to us talk to them. And then they'll come into the ER once a week having a panic attack because they're just a panicky person. No shame. They need mental help. They probably don't have insurance for it. They can only come to the ER. And they're just begging for albuterol. And then we put them on like 50 milligrams of albuterol and just this cup that will miss their face for 50 minutes because otherwise they won't shut the fuck up. You see what I'm saying? It's so very clear the difference between a wheeze and a not wheeze. Wheezes are serious, though. You definitely want to get back into the doc. Tell him about how mom did that to the guy who just like, oh my God, I've told this story before. Oh, holy shit. So CPT, this shit, if you're in the hospital, what we'll do is we'll take a mask, like, the rubber lined mask that comes off of a breathing bag. We'll take a couple of those and use those because those create a really good air pocket to use on your back. And one time my mom got a patient. I've told you guys the story before, so if you've heard it, shut the fuck up. It's great. My mom is also a respiratory therapist. She's retired but works PRN just here and there, but she's been a respiratory therapist for over 40 years. And she got a patient that came in. If you've ever had a root canal, this is a side, but this is important. So if you've ever had a root canal, what they essentially do is they take a nail file that is like a sewing needle and they shove it down into the root of your tooth and file away to try to file away the dead nerve. And then they fill it full of whatever with the file in there, snap it off, and then they put a cap on it. That's essentially what a root canal is. I'm not a dentist. I've just had a couple because a horse stepped on my face. Well, that's neither here nor there. So normally what happens is you guys have probably had this when you get like a filling or something. Nowadays they have those rubber dental dams that like it's literally like a rubber trapeze that goes across the back of your mouth. You can still breathe and everything, but it makes it so, metal dust and tooth dust and all that shit isn't just flying into the back of your throat. And those have been around for quite some time now. Like those were new when I was in high school. I remember when dentists started using them and I was like, "Oh, these are crazy and psychotic and I feel like this is a sex thing, but all right." And my mom got a patient who this dentist did not use the rubber dam. I have no idea why. Decided to do a root canal, and while they were using one of those needle files, the patient sneezed or something and inhaled the fucking I'm not kidding when I say if you've ever used a sewing machine, it looks like one of those needles. It's slightly more. It's a slight like one gauge up from like your everyday sewing needle, but it's a file, and they fucking inhaled it. Your lungs are just fluffy, weird tissue, but there are branches of bronchial tubes all up in it, and that's how the air is delivered to that fluffy shit. The fluffy shit's where the oxygen transfer happens, and that thing inhaled into one of the deepest, darkest bronchial tubes. And they tried to bronch it out, but it went too deep. Bronch meaning putting the scope down there and like getting it with little clippers. It went too deep. Like it went deeper than the scope is narrow. Like the scope can only go so far, and then the bronchial tubes become too narrow and you can't squeeze into them. The needle was so deep. So they were waiting for surgery. They were going to go in and surgically remove this thing because it's literally a needle file with a plastic like neon end on it stuck in. They x-rayed it. My mom saw it. It was like stuck deep dark within there. And they were waiting for surgery to open up, waiting for the surgeons to scrub up or whatever. And my mom, we're coming full circle because I started stream this way. Remember earlier today when I was talking about that personality type that like if it doesn't make sense why something isn't working, you just keep trying until even if you're failing, you have to understand why you're failing. My mom is the same fucking hi Night, how are you, love? Thank you for the resub. My mom's the same personality type. So for her, she was like, we should be able to get this out without surgery. She has CPT'd this shit like hot dogs out of kids that are suffocating and dying. Like all sorts of stuff she's gotten out of kids throughout the years and just adults and all this stuff. And so while they're waiting for surgery, my mom's like, fuck it, let's get one of those beds, one of those inverted beds, prone the patient, and we might as well try to get it out before they get into surgery. And so for like 25 minutes or something, my mom is sitting there with this patient strapped to a bed, almost vertical, slamming on his or her back. I don't even remember. On his or her back, CPTing the living fuck out of them. And I shit you not, 5 minutes before the surgeons came in to get the patient, coughed the fucking file out. Superhero moments, my dudes. I will brag about that for my mother for the rest of existence. That is one of the most insane. Like, she better brag about that story. That's wild. I don't think I've ever done anything that cool. I've never done anything extraordinary. I've gotten a few difficult ABGs in my life, but damn. Save that person's surgery in their lung, my dudes. That's serious shit. Mom can suck a needle file out of a bronch tube, motherfuckers. She was a manager, and so she probably already made like decent-ish money at that point, but it was I mean, I remember her coming home and telling us that story, and I was just like, I'd had root canals because I seriously have like 3 from a horse stepping on my face when I was a kid. So I know exactly what those needles look like, and I was like, "Oh my god, in your lung." And the craziest thing is you don't have nerves in those deep bronchial tubes down here. What causes you to cough is actually a bronchial tube spasming on their own, telling you something's down there. And so they didn't feel it. That's the weirdest part to me. They didn't feel it the whole time. Had they not, like, felt it go down their throat, they wouldn't have known. That's wild. The forearm strength and stamina, I can't, Sarah. I'm not even kidding you. Even using the pneumatic thing, we have a pneumatic CPT thing. It literally is like, oh God, it kind of looks like a personal massager, but you would not want to put this on your clit. It would literally smash your pelvis in. And it's meant for people who have like cystic fibrosis. They usually have one at home and it's like a huge massager, but it does the same like pumping action and helps them cough up mucus. Those are exhausting. I can't even fathom. I've never had to do that. Kojo, I thought the same, like, we never get that's the kind of, I guess, shitty, one of the unfortunate parts of working in the ICU. If you work on the floors or the ER, you at least get the end of the story or the beginning of the story. But in the ICU, we never get anything. Like, I never got to know what happened. We just save them, and then they go away. You know what I'm saying? We rescue people, and then they're gone the next night. They go to the floors, and the floors tend to get, like, the end of the story. The ER is where the chaos happens, so that's where they get the beginning. I just kinda get, like, I don't know. We save their life and send them off, I guess. Treat them and street them. Almost died? Please don't die. As long as you don't just ignore what they say no matter what. I have a doctor's degree. I have a doctor's degree, ignore documented case files through 3 generations. See, how? It's so I believe it, but it baffles me because you and I and many people here, I'm sure, have been to some sort of schooling that involved science. And I wasn't ever taught that I can just ignore some of the information, ever. Like, that was not part of my education. Granted, it was chemistry, so, like, different. But, like, you know what like, science? In science, we get to pick the parts we like. It's my favorite. You know what I'm saying? It hurts, doesn't it, Ives? Oh, God. I don't know. Kind of makes sense. If we have nerves in some places, we never not feel some kind of pain. Probably excruciating, too. Oh, 100%. You don't have any nerves around your organs and shit. Or your brain. Your brain actually has no free-flowing blood around it. That was one of the most interesting things I learned when in school. Your brain has a pia mater and then a dura mater, and there's different fluids between those, like, keeping it suspended. And there's vessels, arteries, and veins taking and delivering blood to the brain, but around your brain, there is no free-flowing blood. I don't know why I just thought we were just full of blood, but we're not. Things you learn you didn't know. I don't know. I was ignorant when I went into med stuff. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and has a documented history of being a duck, chances are it has a 9-inch corkscrew penis that falls off every fall and grows back every spring, in accordance to how many other males are in the direct surrounding area. Like a duck. So. Yeah. Cheers. I got into video production during the time we were forced to learn effects. What do you mean by effects? I don't know anything about video production. I was like, nah, bro, I'm good. More specifically, I had a senior doctor and researcher refuse to believe that my cysts burst on the regular. It's the stupidest thing to refuse to believe, quote unquote. Even after I got so pissed, I brought in my granddad's, mom's, and brother's files. He denied it for a month. What made him finally not deny it, though? Because that's crazy. You survived the drive. Excellent. Was it terrible? I've heard today is a terrible travel day for people that drive and fly and such. Soccer, football, I don't know. All I see is a bunch of grown men on a field crying when someone runs too close to them. At that point, I mean, well, Mickey's socialized health. I mean, I don't know how the healthcare is where Mickey is, but maybe you're forced to use like a very specific doctor or whatever. In America, it all depends on who's in your what is it? In your I forgot the word, neighborhood of insurance. In your blank network, thank you. Christ. In your network. Yeah. So like your insurance company will say, "We'll cover these doctors, but like probably the other doctor you want to go to, we're not going to cover." And usually it's because that doctor said they don't want to work with that insurance company, I think. It's football in a nutshell. Honestly, that's all I see, Knives. Like, I don't know why, but lately in the news, people have been, because this cup is happening, people are all up in arms about the name, like soccer versus football, when we all know it was association football to begin with. Uh, like, can we just, can we, can we maybe evaluate the actual issue with the sport before we fucking fight about what we call it? The fact that your boys fall over and cry more often than they touch the ball. Is there self-lung PT you can do? So you can do this, literally. We do it to patients all the time, so it's obviously harder if you're titty-rific, like, I got boobs, I can only do it here and then here. But what you can do is if you can look online and you can get CBT vests. And it's literally a vest that vibrates, and it usually has different settings, and it literally is tight. Like, it's usually like kind of plasticky and has like really crazy Velcro belts on it because you want it to be as tight as possible, like really embracing your rib cage. And then it vibrates, which simulates what your cilia of your, bronchial tubes are doing, trying to get the shit out. But a lot of patients have those at home. And there are all different kinds of them, varying prices, whatever. But I don't know. I don't know if there's any way to get CPT done on your back. Unless you had, I mean, you could lay on a Sybian. I don't know, man. That's a rough one. Honestly, it's getting it mobile. So anything that would shake you, you know what I mean? So like if you found like some sort of back massager that shakes, it's probably a dildo. I don't know. It's got to be that that high, like high enough vibration to get deep enough. So it's hard to explain. So like a vibrator, for instance, the more you actually feel the vibration, so like of your electric toothbrush, it's like meh in your mouth. It's actually going at a slower rate or something like that. The faster the rate, the less you like feel it. It's more like a hum, and it's going deeper. So like the higher grade electric toothbrush you have, the less of a meh and the more of a it's doing. Same with dildos. Not that I have one, but you watch porn, you learn. Automatic turkey plucker, stick your butt in a nipple bin. Oh my god, thank you. Don't tell anyone. I'm 69 today. There were no leftover mashed potatoes, so I'm having to make more. Bummer. You better make some latkes out of them just in case. I'm saying that cake, your insurance should medically be covering a Sybian, and if they're not, it's abuse. If you get pneumonia, it's on them. That's what I'm saying. And maybe a webcam for someone else to enjoy it with you. I think I'm a sick person. I apologize. I think my threats to file a normal complaint to his university board, with files that he read him, I guess, good. Also, it was COVID times. No excuse. He's normally not on patients, normally, but it worries me a researcher in my field knows so little. I mean, do you follow Neuro on Twitter and, like, watch how many doctors he has called out? Like, accredited doctors spreading misinfo all over the place. I watch his Twitter because people can say whatever the fuck they want. You may take the the oath to not hurt anybody, but that's subjective, unfortunately. It's not my birthday, guys. It's cool. You'll know it's my birthday because I just cry the whole time. It's fine. You'll know. The falling over crying is the funniest part. It's like funny, But the field's so big, I feel like it would be better if it was, like, on a smaller scale, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much, like, running to get to the crying part. American football is called that because it stems from rugby, and the full name for rugby is rugby football, as in how football is played in the then town of Rugby. I actually read the history of this on stream one time, Anubis. You're totally right. There was one part I just wanted to add to it. What was it? Oh, they both stemmed from rugby. It was actually called rugger, right? If you can like Google it and read about it on fucking whatever on on the Wikipedias or whatever the fuck, because you know. But yeah, it was originally ruggers, and then ruggers split into the two forms of association football and football. And then because America called theirs football, the people in the Britons who liked association football were like, "Fuck you guys, we're gonna call it soccer," because it's literally just a chunk out of the middle of the two words. Like if you put association, it's association football. They just like took the sock out. It's so weird. It's the dumbest thing. Like, you boys cry a lot. I'm not saying American football's any better. Shit's just a bunch of American football is a refs game, my dudes. It's just refs. Like, how much camera time can the ref get today? I don't watch it anymore for that reason. It's just refs. It's bad calls and refs. I think they both kind of suck these days. I think hockey's the best sport to watch live. And it's so fun. Like the fact that you can throw your gloves off and suddenly it's boxing is pretty wild. It's like a warhead of, like the candy warheads of sports. Are there two styles of rugby? Oh, really? Is it kind of like indoor outdoor soccer? I played indoor soccer growing up, like Britain football. I love soccer. Ain't hating. Grew up playing it. Left forward, bitches. I got to kick like a bitch. There was kickball for rugby. Someone picked up the ball at rugby. No shit, because that'd be pretty funny. I mean, I support the Sibian webcam idea. I mean, so should her insurance. That's all I'm saying. Koto, that's not being a dick. Although you have to share it with my sister. Her birthday's coming up, and it's in December. And as being my sister, I mean, it has to. It exists in my world. So you can pretend it's not, but it's here. I have a similar lipstick. This one, they're lip balms. It actually has like a sugar scrub in the bottom. I never use because it's gross. I don't understand scrubbing your lips with sugar, but the balm's pretty dank. It doesn't smell or taste like anything, and that's all I'm worried about. In other noobs, Anubis, make my bridge not be so sensitive. Wait. Like a dental bridge or like the fleshy fun bridge between your asshole and your balls? Like, where are we going with the bridge? Watching soccer's like watching Duke basketball. You get near me, I fall down and cry. It's crazy to watch. Like, just the big. I mean, I love small scale soccer. Small scale any sport is usually better. There's a lot less falling down. There's a lot less using ref calls as part of the game. Like, that's basically what both forms of football have become, is like the refs are now a tactic. Calls are a tactic, as opposed to them just being there to make sure the rules are followed and people don't get killed. That's what refs were supposed to be there for, but now they're a tactic and it's sad. Clove is a good anesthetic for toothache. Is it your teeths? I burned my mouth recently. Oh my god, knives. I don't know if I told you this. I don't have it on my desk anymore. So, when I got that really bad flu, my sinuses were effed in the A, and my teeth felt like they were literally floating in my skull. And so I got some mouthwash. I just got some like Crest Complete, or no, it was Listerine, some Listerine fucking mouthwash. And I normally use mouthwash once a day, which I'm never doing again because I called a dentist and they said they don't even recommend it anymore because it's literally floor stripper or paint stripper or whatever, which is crazy to me. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. If I switched it around like once or twice a day, or maybe 5 times a day, let's be honest, it helped kind of my gums not feel like they were floating, or my teeth feel like they were floating and ache all the time because of my fucked up sinuses. But I literally chemically burnt my gums. So like for 3 days straight, I couldn't stream because that little septum right here between your gums and your lip, and right here, and then all over my gums, I had holes, my dude. I burnt Holes. White, dead skin holes in my gums. Just mouthwash. Don't do that. But anyways, I can't remember what is it called. There's like that tooth numb gel, and it really helped a lot. I didn't think it would be that great. Like, it was a last ditch thing just so I could like talk on stream. But it's just like this soft gel that came out. It was just a Listerine mouthwash, like the blue one. I don't know, the same one I've been using my whole fucking life. But I called a dentist. I called a local dentist because I woke up in the morning and my gums hurt so bad. And the white sores looked like thrush. If you've ever seen someone have a yeast infection in their mouth, not the same as a pussy one, but similar, it just looks like white spots all over their cheeks. But I had none on my cheeks. That was the weirdest part, just on my gums. And I called a dentist and I was like, fuck, I might have to come in. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, my dog licked my mouth and gave me thrush. Like, fuck my life. That's so gross. I try not to let them do that. I don't know. I had an existential crisis, and she was like, well, tell me what's going on. And I told her about the mouthwash, and she was like, oh, we don't even suggest people use mouthwash really anymore unless there's extenuating circumstances. Most people don't need it if you're like brushing your teeth twice a day. Simply because it is so caustic. I mean, your mouth is the exact same tissue as your asshole and the inside of your penis and your vagina. Would you put Listerine in your pussy? My answer is no. So I don't know why the fuck I'm putting it in my mouth. It made sense. They didn't say it that way. They used some more, kind language about mucous membranes. But I was like, oh, bitch. All right, I know where to go with this mental space. I understand. Listerine has the same base makeup as paint thinner, floor stripper. If I was a pain slut, I actually, not my mouth. I think I'm just done. Like, every major injury I've ever had in my entire life is always my mouth. Always. Horse steps on my face, car accident, straight into the fucking driver's wheel. Fall into a wall in gym class in 7th grade. Braces go through my gums. Let's go on. Like, I'm just done with mouth injuries. You know what I'm saying? And I speak for a living, so anything that hinders that fucking sucks. But, like, break my leg, I don't give a shit. I'm down to be smacked around. Who's not? Variety's the spice of life. But my mouth, man, I'm just done. Like, if dental pain and shit, like, nobody chooses that. That's the bad. That's like, I mean, there's someone, obviously, because there's Little Shop of Horrors. And, what's his name? Steve. Is it Steve Martin? Is, like, a little butt horned up about the dentist. I think it's been a very long time since I saw that, but I think so. I've spent so many years in a dentist chair and so many years with mouth pain. Like, I just am done there. So done. I'm cool. Like, I kind of try. I tout that, or not tout. I like dance that tightrope of burning the fuck out of my gums and taking such good care of my teeth. I don't have to go to the dentist more than my cleaning. I just fucking hate them. I don't want to go. I'm sorry. Every dentist out there, I just innately hate you a lot. A dentist tried to date me one time, and I just went and walked away. That was my reaction, my dudes. It's not a good one. Absolutely not. No. I take a broken leg over any mouth pain, ever. Absolutely. I can fucking work around a broken leg. Are you kidding me? Mouth pain, though? You gotta, like, eat, drink, and talk. I don't have to talk, but I mean, that's kind of what I do. That's exactly what the dentist, the dental hygienist at the desk told me, Anubis. Best thing you can do for your teeth, don't wash your mouth out. Leave the residual toothpaste. Yeah, within reason. I was like, so you mean, like, if there's a big glob of toothpaste in the back of my mouth that I missed and didn't feel until I was done, do I just leave that chalky fuck in there? She was like, absolutely not. Spit it out. Do you have a root exposed? What do you do? But what do you do with that? Mickey, no. I've had, like I said earlier, I've had a couple root canals, which means they got to bust into an infected root or a fucked up root if something steps on your face. Oh, that's the worst feeling in the world. When they hit the root or when they hit the infection, it literally feels like a bolt of lightning shoots through your face and hands and everything. It's horrible. And then relief, and I imagine it's similar, because that is terrible bad. Pale bro, thank you for resuming the class, keeping the class alive, and keeping it in swings, motherfucker.
That's almost a year, bitch. I got that cherry. What's up?
How are you? Ow. Ugh. You're at that point too, right? When I got my tooth extracted last year, I was like, no more. Exactly. That's me too. Thankfully, my teeth aren't too fucked up considering what's happened to my face. I must have a strong jaw. I did have braces. Like every injury that's happened majorly to my face, I've had braces. They saved my life, I think. Steve Martin was the dentist. Bill Murray was the masochist. Thank you, Robo. Wow. My brain did not do that right at all. It's been too long. Gotta watch it. Gotta watch it. Getting my wisdom teeth out, right? Face pain. It's just, ugh. That's a whole level of pain tolerance there. Breaking bones and shit? Really? Or like mouth stuff? Giggity. I mean, same. Getting your braces tightened is the worst. Absolutely. You know, my mom would always take us to McDonald's after we got our braces tightened and get us a milkshake to drink on the way home in the car. And we always thought it was a treat for going to the dentist, but it was really to numb our mouths until we got home so she didn't have to listen to us bitch about our braces hurting. Smart hoe. That's my theory. One time they thought my little sister was my kid with my brother. That was weird. I got a root canal. Well, no shit, but like while it's exposed, what do you do? Between the root canal and then? I've ripped a tooth out of my mouth. Shut up. Once the weed wore off, oh my God. Why'd you do that? I found out how acidic and caustic mouthwash is when I was in the field in the military for a few months. You did the same thing. The shopette ran out of toothbrushes and the flight crew lost my main bag, so I only had mouthwash and toothpaste. Oh no. I'm scared to finish. Was it like sandpaper on your gums? The mouthwash ate away at my teeth and fucked me over completely. And that's the other thing. She said that the number one, not to like point out what you did, like that fucking sucks. But that the hygienist I talked to on the phone, she said the number one reason they don't really suggest mouthwash in general anymore is because it causes your gums to recede above the root or above like, you know, there's like your tooth and then there's root. And I'm not a dentist, so I don't know. But like, you don't want the root exposed. It's just supposed to be this weird open-ended bone exposed because apparently that's the way people are. And but like that Listerine, literally, like I have one in the back of my mouth right now where you can see where my mouthwash ate away and you can see it's like a different color. And I have to hopefully hope my gums are healthy enough to heal back. The fuck? I've never been taught that though in my life. It's fucked up that we had to fuck up first. Thank you for your service though. Ugh. The weird bendy rods they use in the hole are what trip me out. Those weird file things. Troph, that's exactly how we started this conversation. My mom had a patient one time, she's an RT as well, who inhaled one of those because the dentist, for some reason that none of us have ever got to figure out, decided it was a good idea not to put in one of those rubber dental dams. And this was definitely when they were prolifically being used in dentist office. Like I lived in dentist office as a kid. They were being used. And that dentist didn't for some reason, and they coughed or something, and one of those wiggly little things fucking flew into their lungs. And my mom CPT'd it the fuck out. She's a superhero when it comes to that shit. I recently learned that due to microbrushing on the soft palate, dentists can generally tell when you've been sucking cock. You know, I always thought it was the print of the mushroom in the back of my throat, but then I learned that not everybody's a fucking player.
Play the game, bitch, or get out!
That's just me. Welcome, Smalls. Oh my god. Oh my god, Smalls. I was just gonna say, I am so willing to give you it all again. Dry cough. So, and he says his chest aches. I mean, that could be inflammation. If he's still coughing, then that means something's causing some sort of bronchospasm. Usually if it's not productive, it's allergy or asthma related. And if he does his inhaler, and his inhaler's full, right? Like, I don't know what. Oh, here's another thing, Smalls. So he does an albuterol. Is it like a little like, pew, pew? Is it a puffer? And do you have the tube that sticks on the end of it? I can't remember what there's different names for it. It's like an extender. And basically, instead of putting your mouth on the little puffer or like shooting that in the back of your throat, it gets trapped in this vacuum, and then you slowly inhale it out of the trapped vacuum. It kind of looks like something you would put on a pipe to, like, make your weed not smell or something. I cannot for the life of me remember what the fuck that thing is called, but it's amazing. The statistics behind it. So if you have a puffer, like a little like you see nerds in the old movies use. If you have one of those and you're just spraying it into your mouth without a goddamn a spacer, it's literally just called a spacer. Wow, the fact that I couldn't think of it. Hold on, I'm gonna read that LCT. I got that pinned. Um, the fact that I couldn't remember spacer is crazy. It's just called a spacer. Everybody, if you have an inhaler and you're not given a spacer, ask your doctor. Go to the doctor's office. They have stacks upon stacks of them. I used to give them to people for free all the time in the hospital. They're amazing. So if you're just shooting your little puffer into your mouth, you're getting 10% or less of that delivered medication in your lung because that medication is built to be absorbed by the closest and the first mucous membrane it comes in contact with. And unfortunately, when you're just in your mouth, that's usually going to be your mouth. Some of it will be absorbed via the bloodstream, but not the majority of it. And the majority of it's not going to make it to the lung tissue. So you're getting less than 10%. With a spacer, you're getting 70% or more. Why are you like this? Shut up. It's your dad. Shush, I love you so much. I love you. She's just barking at Zach. It's so annoying. Anyways, so that's my biggest piece of advice on any sort of puffer. You know what I'm saying? Spacers are, oh my God, right, Smalls? I didn't know about spacers for years. I worked at a smaller hospital that just did not stock them because they didn't even know they existed. They had so many, older RTs that didn't know they existed. They're amazing. Okay, so this is about Listerine. When Listerine was invented, it was as an antiseptic. That makes so much sense, though. It was made, it was then made into floor cleaning, and then they invented halitosis and sold it as a cure. Nah, mouthwash was supposed to be a cure for bad breath. Bitch, brush your tongue and be an adult. My God. All without changing the formula. That's what the dentist said. The formula's never been changed. She said the same thing. People are rinsing their mouth with antiseptic fluid with fucking floor stripper, my dudes. No shit, it fucks hard. Like, it's going to recede your gums into fuck. I don't want to do that. I've been stepped on. Like, I'm good. Then you're in for a world of fun. Read pain. Not everyone can commit like UCK. I mean, I'm not a half-ass kind of person. I'm a full-ass kind of person. Like, if I don't think I can commit to something or do it to the best of my abilities, I just say I'm not going to do that. I have straight up walked down on a few enormous dicks in my life and been like, I'm sorry, my body can't accommodate that. Would you like to play video games? Before the mouthwash destroyed my teeth, I had, as a kid, no dental insurance for like 3 years. Ended up with 4 root canals, 19-ish fillings, and 4 crowns. You sound like me. Mine was all from a horse stepping on my face, though, which was terrible. Dentist never told me or parents the fuck that the stainless steel crowns were 8-month temps. And you had them on for 6 years. Oh my God. And until the military found out and ripped them out. Those 4 crowns reinfected the root canals for the 5-ish years. No. Infected my gums and made my teeth soft from the inside out. Did it fuck up your jaw? You're lucky you didn't get fucking gingivitis going to your heartstrings, my dude. Holy fuck. No. That's terrifying that it's even legal to put in your mouth at all. Sick. Ugh. I just brushed my tongue yesterday before Thanksgiving. I try to brush my tongue every morning, but it's because I drink coffee, and if I didn't, I'd probably have a gross brown tongue. They entered the military. They did great. Then entered the military. They did great work on my 6 crowns. I was going to say, did the military just, like, leave them infected? My God. They did 6 gold crowns, 4 root canals. They did. Oh, your mouth. But they use the cheapest material they can for other shit in your tooth because they only care about keeping your mission ready while you're in the military. So once I got out, it was like 3 years before all the fillings and shit started breaking and falling out. Now I'm missing 2 teeth and need to have 3 removed. That is so fucked up. Teeth are fucked up. I mean, I'm not the first person to say it. I read it somewhere long ago, but they're the weirdest bones in the world we have to pay to keep. It's very bizarre. Like having decent teeth is definitely a luxury of the rich. It's crazy. You don't get to go to the ER and be like, my tooth hurts. Can you do, like, they'll send you to a dentist where you have to be paying for dental insurance or out your ass. And I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure dentistry is like one of the last standing medical professions that isn't regulated in any way, shape, or form, aside from like plastics and that and whatnot. It's not, there's no one stepping in and saying you can only charge 2,000 for a crown. Basically, a dentist charge whatever the fuck they want, and then your insurance says, bend over, bitch, and you do. It's terrible. I think I've spent like 5 grand on my mouth, and it's not a great mouth. It's just survival mouth. The Listerine company invented halitosis. Oh, no shit. So, like, the myth of like, see, honestly, I've never really bought into halitosis. I just assumed that was bad dental hygiene and a word for it. But were they saying like they are saying it's like a medical condition that can only be remedied by this? By gargling floor stripper? Doctors claim 4 to 5 patients have halitosis. Oh, just sell their antiseptic floor cleaner into your mouth. Mm. Yuck. I recently been put on to super floss for my dentist for the bridge. What's super floss? What is that? Is that like a special floss? Floss 3 times, regular floss. What is the super floss? And then stick floss with a water pick. I just floss with floss and then I use a mechanical toothbrush. Whatever, not a mechanical. Is that what they're called? I don't know. Sonicare. I have a Sonicare. But what's a super? I've always wanted a water pick, but I just don't like spending money on myself. It's terrible. It's a terrible habit. It's a scam. If I wasn't on my tooth journey, I'd be traveling. Dude, I get it. It sucks. Honestly. Like I've been there just as a youth and it was thankfully I had my mom's insurance to a certain degree, but it's still fucked. Like I've been to multiple dentists that don't know what's in various fillings I have. They're like, we took an x-ray and we don't know what that is. You have a filling with something in it we don't know. And I'm like, sick. It's not like my mom took me to back alley places. It's just dentistry's a toss up. I guess. I guess I could use the mouthwash for mosquito repellent next summer. You know what I've been using my mouthwash for? Toilet cleaner. I figure if it's floor stripper, it's got to be good enough to bleach the stains off of a toilet, like, piss stains. Works like a fucking dream. If you have Listerine in your bathroom, and I'm just going to talk to Listerine because that's the one that burnt the fuck out of my mouth and the one that LZT and I are talking about currently, use it as a toilet cleaner. It works great and smells nice and minty. I didn't know there was super floss either. I'm curious. I'm curious. I have the floss sticks too. I love those. I have them. I have a baggie of them by my bed. I can't stand to have something between my teeth. Me neither. I missed the response with ad break, but dry. Oh my god, didn't ad. Oh my god, we probably have to take a break, and I didn't even realize it. I apologize. I am so because of our weird start today, and me like, it's already like 2:15. Holy shit. We had a real weird beginning of stream this morning because capture card nonsense. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah womp 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 womp. Day is fucking weird. I apologize. That's on me. I just don't have any sense of time today at all. But the dry air no rescue inhaler at this time, just his neb, doing best to keep hydrated. If I don't have a humidifier or option to a steam pot on stove via shower, what can I do to help that side of it? It's about 48 humidity in the house, which dries even me out, but my dad doesn't think it's dry despite all our skin drying out. Does the baby like to drink water? Honestly, drinking water is like the best option. And then just, not sitting next to a space heater, not sitting next to a fire stove, where the driest places in the house are, like not just chilling there, but getting water and salt into you so you can hold said water, which is why everyone's like chicken soup. But that's basically it. Consuming enough salt, electrolytes, it's what the plants crave. She's broken. Getting enough salt and water, salt so that your body will hold the water, but hydrating from the inside is always option number 1. And then start moving to the outside, and then start moving to the external factors as you can. Know what I'm saying? Pho cures everything. I'm just not sure that the baby will eat pho. So the icing on the cake, removing teeth is cheap, But any kind of replacement is expensive as fuck. Oh, I know. That's kind of Knives' teeth adventure right now, and the astronomical prices I've learned of make me vomit in my sleep. Even for partial dentures or a single tooth replacement, because one of the teeth that needs to be removed is my very front top tooth. So it's got to be a pretty one. But the icing is the VA does not even care about your teeth unless it was something that happened in the military, aka you got blown up and teeth blown out, kicked out. I mean, the fillings they put in fell out. And Medicaid and regular insurance doesn't pay for replacing teeth. That's nice. I mean, I'd like to say it would surprise me. I had to do some rounds when I was in my preclinical days of being a respiratory therapist. I had to do some rounds at a VA, and that place was worse. The one I went to, granted, can't generalize, but the one I went to was worse than a nursing home. It was tragic. And that was like it's a compounded effect of, like the government refuses to fund it, and so then therefore the establishment cannot staff appropriately, and when you can't staff appropriately, then care goes down. And that's exactly what it was. It was horrible. They couldn't sell it as an antiseptic fast enough to sate the capitalistic gluttony. Not gluttony, Armad, just to be clear. So he's not that old. So they went on to lie and invent shitty statistics. Wow. This is a medical thing. Nope. People just have dog breath. So there's no such thing as halitosis at all. And it all comes down to either dental hygiene or that's just you. And it was, wow. Okay, yeah, I would just use to clean your toilet. Oh, super floss. It's not quite like a tape. It's more a tight string that widens out into a fuzzy, fibrous thing. Like floss. Ooh. I don't know why about that. Just reading, like flossing with a wide, thin net, it makes me happy. I feel like that would be scratching my gums, and I want to scratch my gums all the time, although I'm told not to. Does it feel good? I've had a lot of work done on my teeth when I was young. I gotta take care of them. That's me too. When I think back to the amount of money my mom shelled out on my teeth before and after the horse stepping on my face, because before I had braces, during I had braces, after I had braces, like all of that, I can't. I take care of this shit. And dentists suck. Like not as a person, but the whole experience. No one's in a dentist for fun things. It's meant for going under bridges and in the joint spaces for crowns. I wonder if they, they had a special floss like that when I was younger for when I had braces. Because you know how there was like the wire, the bar through the actual like braces on your teeth. You had to like get this floss that could go in between the braces and not catch on the brace. I wonder if it was similar or the same thing. I don't know, but it sounds similar. It sounds like it would feel so good. Hmm. Almost breaks ankle to wash toilet with mouthwash. Please. I mean, you could use it as an antiseptic on the wound of your ankle. At least there's a use. I've had dentists literally lie to my face. One tried to tell me I had a pink tooth. I'm sorry, what? Which he said was a tooth that had blood inside it from physical facial trauma? A pink tooth? Sounds hot. And I would need some kind of crazy procedure to clean the tooth out and repair it. I got 3 other opinions and all said he was full of shit. Dude had a 5-star review. Wow. Like 2.4K reviews in the last 2 months. Oh. Oh, so he did one of those. Oh my god, Viata. I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. Let's cheers. Sorry. That's sick. Dentist shit lights me up, man. I'm sorry if I have a lot to say. I really did. I feel like from the age of 12 when the incident happened until I was 18, I was in a dentist chair at least once a week. Just, it was constant. Like, the dentist and everybody at the dentist's office knew me by name. Like, it was, I hate them. They suck. And I don't have perfect teeth by any means. It was survival teeth shit. You know what I'm saying? Dark Art Portal. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it any swings. I apologize if I missed your sub. I was trying to catch up on chat, but thank you very much. Thank you. I've always gone to the Chicago teaching VA that's in the Rush Loyola University Medical Group Learning University out in Chicago. Is it not bad? I don't believe he's coughing as much since bringing him down to my room in the basement, which is the most humidified part of the house. Good. I have no patience when it comes to littles being sick. Oh, I totally get that. My anxiety is crazy high when they're not feeling well. Dude, not that it's even comparable because as much as I absolutely love my dogs, I cannot compare them to the fruit of your literal womb and never will. However, it's the closest I can get. And when my dog is sick, I can't do anything but sit and stare at them till they're better. Like, I'm incapacitated. They can't tell me what's wrong, and I know, like, when they're obviously like, when Millie was hurting or something like that, when my dogs are, like, shitting like, pissing out their ass every 15 minutes. I can't function. I'm like, I need to help you. How can I speak to me? I totally get it. I'm, like, incapacitated by it. I wish I could take my teeth out and rinse them in a bath. Same, though. I think that's called dentures. I think they're pretty expensive these days. I have a great dentist I lucked out. I had a really good dentist when I was younger, but when I was like, after the horse incident, my dentist was a perv. He would talk about my pink supple gums, and he always used my growing 16-year-old breasticles as his fucking tool table. So he was always doing, like, this shit. You know what I'm saying? To, like, get his little mirror. Stop it, you motherfucker. But he was the only dentist in town, so what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Vestman, I am. I'm loading a bowl, chit-chatting. I mean, the beginning was a little tumultuous. It wasn't bad, but, man, I can't even begin to describe the strange possession that my computer's been under lately. It's so weird, but I think I might have solved it, maybe. But thank you. Lizzie, that's exactly see, if I hadn't gone to the dentist that was creepy and talked about my pink supple gums and used my young titties as his table for his tools, my mom would have had to drive me 2 hours to Spokane to go to the nearest dentist that would have taken her insurance. It would have been crazy. Cheers, fuckers. Where's my lighter? Which strain is this? Banana. Ooh, it's that one. This is the one. I just ground this up. This is the one that we potted earlier this morning. It's called Banana Mac, like MAC, and it says it's a hybrid. It's allegedly 25.11% THC, and that's all it gives me. That's it. By Loco Love, though. Their packaging's always cute. I like these little pots. This part is ceramic, but the top is plastic, so I usually use these for, like, paint jars. They're really good little paint jars. Or for tarantula molts. Cheers. Sorry. I miss 420 every time, but you know how I missed you guys. I've literally been in a coma like for 2 days, it feels like. It was terrible. I think I heard a seed bust. Little pop. A dentist took an adult tooth out instead of a baby tooth when I was 10, so now I'll always have a wonk mouth. I thought you had a very beautiful smile and I didn't notice anything wonk about it. I would be honest with you if you had a wonk smile. I tend to like wonk things. Like, I love a fucked up nose. What up, Kel? How are you, love? Uh, so since I got out in 2016, it's been about since late 2018-ish, and I couldn't afford dental insurance without living in Oregon. So just did what I could, but then I moved back home to Indiana, and their Medicaid won't pay for any replacements. Nothing. Not root canals and only 4 fillings. I mean, insurance barely pays for root canals, to be honest. At least ours did growing up. So now I've just gotten used to the tooth pain and a lopsided bite and broken half front tooth until I can afford implant supported dentures or something. I hate dentist work, but I'm so used to it. I scare dental hygienists. I don't know if I ever scared my dentist, but I tried to avoid it at all costs. I'm kind of the same. Like, I don't have perfect teeth. The braces obviously didn't do anything. They saved me from losing my teeth when something stepped on my face. But like, that's it. At this point, I just want to like make it to death. Like, make it to the years where I don't care if I have just gums anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, at that point, I don't have so much musculature, so maybe, like, taking my teeth out might make blowies easier, I don't know. No, but I definitely would have pointed out a wonk mouth in a nice way, in, like, a very complimentary way. Like, I would have been like, "I love your really unique smile. It's just like you, it gives you character." I would have said something because I mean, honestly, if I like a my mom actually made this comment when I was very young. She's like, "You and your sister have never had a type of person you date. Like your dad and I can't pinpoint what you like, but you have never not dated someone with an enormous nose that's probably been broken." I don't aim for it, but I like it. And it's weird. But honestly, I think it just gives people character to their face. I like kind of character, and that's I love a big schnozzle. My bowl's just smoking itself. I'm trying to put it out, but it's being a bitch. Come back, music. The dead silence is killing all of us. Whenever I tell people, they're like, "Oh yeah, I never noticed," which always blows my mind because it's literally the tooth next to my two front teeth. No shit. I honest to fuck, Lizzie. I swear on Satan. Whatever. I swear on Millie's soul. I didn't notice a fuck about your mouth. We spent quite a lot of time mouthing at each other. You know what I'm saying? We mouth sexed. Don't be jealous. Verbally. C-Town, same thing happened to me when I paid off my car. My credit score went down too. It's because they closed that credit line. I didn't call, actually, I think I called my mom or something, and I was like, "So get this," because I think I paid off, like, a fat payment. I did, like, a $4,000 payment or something on my car to pay it off, and I was so excited, and my score dropped, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And I called my mom, and she was like, It's because every time you close a credit card, it knocks your credit score." I don't know why. They like you to keep credit open and just to be using it, but always paying it off. There's a whole science behind it. It's psychotic. But it's because you pay it off and then they immediately close the credit line. That's the part that hits your credit score. It's so fucking stupid. Credit scores are that is the scam of America. The fact that you can't even get a cell phone plan without having a credit score, without literally putting yourself into debt, is wild. The whole thing behind it just, you can't logic it to me. It doesn't make any sense. I have chip front teeth too. I mean, there's shit about my face and stuff that no one has ever mentioned in my life to me, but I notice every day and I'm always like, "How has no one said anything?" Like even the meanest people in my life, that's not what they point out. But how? Quick question because I'm overthinking it. Is it weird that your baby mama's father told me 3 days ago that he would rather help me and my wife get a place of our own than help his own daughter with anything? Your baby mama's father, okay, so ex-father-in-law, told me 3 days ago he would rather help you and your wife get a place of our own than help his own daughter with anything. Yeah, no, that's weird. I mean, not knowing any extenuating circumstance sounds fucking cold. Not even shitting you, Lizzie. It's so weird. Just to get ahead of another account dropping off. I should get another credit card. That's the weirdest thing. I don't ever use credit cards ever. I don't really buy anything ever because I fucking hate spending money. But my credit cards I have are old as sin. They're like literally from when I like turned 18 or some shit like that. Because it's the age of your credit card. That's what boosts your credit score. So like your oldest cards, you want to keep those open forever. And like the science of it is you're supposed to use 10 to 15% of that card regularly. You don't wanna have cards just sitting empty, but open, because that dings your it dicks it dings your credit score. They gotta be kinda used. It's so I've read a lot about it. It's weird. There's a weird science behind it, but basically, if you're not in America, welcome to hell, where you gotta put yourself into debt to do anything. Literally, like, you don't start with a decent credit score. You start with a questionable credit score that you have to then go apply for a credit card, and applying for a credit card dings your credit score negatively. And then when you get the credit card, you have to start using it, put yourself into debt. It's just so dumb. It doesn't make any sense. Your face is too normal. The horse is the meanest person in Katie's life. That and the wall of my 7th grade gym. That wall did a number. I mean, that's to me, that's what always stands out on my face is my bottom lip. is really fat on one side. There's a huge ball of scar tissue in this side of my bottom lip, and that is from the horse and the falling into a wall and the so on and so forth. And when I talk and think about it and look at my face, that's all I see, but no one ever says anything, ever. Maybe they just feel bad. Maybe it's fucking pity. Don't pity me, bitches. I see it. It's fine. I chew on it sometimes. It's okay. I'm no longer a horse girl. I had 2 dentists doing 5 hours of work on my mouth, one doing 2 root canals, Jesus Christ, and one doing three fillings that were quite large. I have a high tolerance to Novocaine, so the numbing wore off. What? Anubis, I do the exact same. I do the exact same. I do the exact same thing. If I literally use the credit card and while I'm buying the thing online with the credit card, I have its website up to pay the bill, like, immediately as soon as it pops, or I'll just put the credit on, like, the credit on the card. I literally I never have it roll over ever. She was the problem child growing up, and then our relationship was so toxic, I almost put myself in a mental ward for the rest of my life. Wait, I'm confused. Your child did that to you? So now I just brush how I can and use cannabis for ignoring the dental pain to game casts, etc., and do my school shit. Since after getting let go from work, I'm back in school. Good for you. Are you enjoying it? Are you doing anything fun? Dude, I've been hiding my ass for 34 years. Like, you can do it. You can do it too. Get a home loan, credit score goes up. Creditors like to see that you're in a little bit of debt because then you're a customer to them. It's total BS. Exactly. It's so weird. Every time I've gotten a car, like, and financed it because, I've done a trade and it wasn't exact, it always goes up when I have a debt to pay off. But if there's no debt to pay off, nothing or down. Hi, Taco. How are you? It skyrocketed due to having one and just using it. Exactly. Yeah, it's so dumb though. I'm trying to catch up with chat. Sorry, my thingy doubled. Um, and now that you did, it's gonna be all we look at. That's fine because that validates my neurosis about it. You know what I mean? It now I'm validated. Now everyone sees it, and so when I bitch about it, people are like, "Yeah, I do see that annoying ball of scar tissue in your face. Weird." You know what I'm saying? Instead of, "What do you mean? That's so fucking petty. What do you mean? I didn't see that on your face." Like, fuck you. Yeah, you do. Shut up. Shut up. Honestly, Lizzie, they're creep me out. There was an app that did that way back in the year. Way back in the day. It might have been Snapchat or something that did it like a filter, but it would symmetrical. It would like cut one side of your face away and just mirror the most symmetrical side of your face or whatever. And I hated it. I thought it was so fucking scary. I hated every single moment of it. I was like, nah, this is the worst app. We found the worst app. It's this one. I don't think symmetry's good. Like, especially because I'm like, I think I talk a little bit stronger out of one side of my face. I have one cocked eyebrow that's visibly cocked almost all the time. So when you cut away one side of my face, either I have 2 extremely arched eyebrows all the time, or I have 2 very, very angry eyebrows all the time. And one side of my mouth is a lot, or both, or nothing. It either looks like I'm a butthole mouth, or I have a permanent creepy smile. It's just not. I have a very strongly expressively not symmetrical face. Cake. I look at myself for like 7-ish hours every single day on a camera, live. I do look at myself too much. It's sick. It's crazy what you notice. I'm not upset with any of it, by the way. Nothing's wrong with it. But if I like, mirrored one side of my face, it makes me very weird looking. Like a cartoon character, you know what I mean? I'm not complaining. Just saying I think that's how most people are. Like if you too watched yourself on camera for 6 to 7 hours ish a day every day for like 8-ish years, you would notice not weird, but quirks about the way not everyone talks like a robot and lifts their eyebrows at the same time. Like most of us kind of talk out of one side of our mouth and Most of us have one eyebrow that cocks, not both. And when you mirror, you know, either or, it and then put that person in action, it's fucking creepy. Like, it doesn't look right. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. One side is always yeah, one side's like the side that gave up. Yeah, I don't know what that is. This is my bad side. I don't know what it is. My eyelashes curl way too much on this side and they drive me insane. My eyebrow on this side is like has a big old eyebrow scar through it from a stupid piercing. All the things. All the things. I can barely look in the mirror. Man, I grew up in a house full of mirrors. I just ignore them. I honestly don't have any in my house now. Like, I have a mirror in my bathroom and, like, end of story because I don't think it's healthy to stare at yourself all day. And to be honest, outside of today, because we had a lot of weird issues at the beginning of stream and I was resizing all the assets. Long story short, my stream was fucked 'cause capture card was haunted. Normally I don't have OBS up while I stream because I don't change things about it often enough to worry about it, and I don't think it's healthy to look at yourself that often. The first 5-ish years of streaming, I absolutely had myself dead center, and I looked at my fucking own live face for just 5 for it was too much. I don't think it's I think you know what I mean? It's like I'm not talking like getting obsessed with yourself like narcissist shit. I think mentally it can start to fucking fuck you up. Like, you do start to pull apart weird features and you stop seeing, like, the full picture. You know what I mean? I don't think it's you know what I mean? I did kinda grow up in a carnival fun house. It was a weird house. My dad designed it and built it, though, to be fair. He got to do whatever he wanted. But there were a lot of mirrors everywhere. My mom has, like, you know, mirrors with, like, Victorian frames around them and shit in hallways. I think it was a thing in, like, the '60s, correct me if I'm totally off on that, where, putting a bunch of mirrors in your house created the illusion of more space. It reflects and bounces light around, which makes things look brighter and bigger. But then, you know, if a mirror was an entire wall, kind of like Versailles kind of shit, you know, it made it look, I don't know. And so people just decorated with fucking Does anyone else have fucking framed mirrors in their house? Like, what the fuck? I have one in the bathroom to make sure I don't look like a fucking troll in the morning. We're good to go. Make sure there's not like a boil and like a creature crawling out of my face. Yeah, I don't cake, right? I don't think it's like I literally have OBS up today because we had weird shit go down. But other than that, I don't think that I think it, not that I'm right, but I know personally there was a period of time where like I couldn't walk past a reflective surface and not check myself out to make sure I looked still put together. Way too young for this to be valid, but, like, literally very, very young, going to the mall or just walking around every single reflective window, make sure everything's still put together. I still look the way I did when I got out the door. Do I look bloated? Do I look kinda fat? Does my butt look bigger? Is my hair weird? You know, and it was obsessive, and it's because I was so used to just being surrounded by fucking mirrors all the time. I could always see that I was still put together, and that's a neurosis. That's not okay. That's not healthy. Like, when you're on acid, it's been so fucking long, Brittany, since I did acid, I have no idea. By the way, Brittany bitch molted. I'm very excited to see how big she is now, but she hasn't come out yet. Excuse me. I don't think it's good. Like, it's just not natural for your brain. There are so many things in the world that are so beautiful and different and interesting, and I've had this face and body for quite some time now. Like, I have other cool things to look at, you know what I'm saying? Hilariously, I have a bit of face blindness, so reflections and mirrors never bother me. It's all just a collection of shapes. That's interesting. That's kinda how I feel about my own face, but not other people's, which is weird. I've always thought it was because I looked at myself far too much in OBS and shit before I got rid of that. Is it anxiety and ADHD? What's wrong with me? What do you mean? Anybody can have anxiety. You don't have to ADHD to have anxiety. Anxiety is caused by a hormone released by your adrenal glands in response to a fight or flight situation. I'm sorry you're feeling shit. Honestly, with the amount of shit, like, with the amount of issues you've had with your teeth, I've had less issues than you, and I was at the point where I was like, "Pull them all and give me dentures. I'm good." Like, I just hate dentists so much. I want the shortest, solution. How do we get this over? How do I not come in here ever again? Can we just hammer out all the teethsies and you give me some dentures? Sick. That's what I would probably do. Because I just don't want to go there anymore. I fuck that place. Like, now you have teeth you don't have to give a fuck about anymore. That's the best. Like, I'm sad I have to still give a shit about my stupid face bones. You can fast forward all that in one night with a microdot and a mirror. A microdot? Mirrors freak me out because I have depersonalization, so I'm like, wow, that's a face that belongs to me. Let's not think about that too hard. That's how it happens to me if I think about my brain too much. Oh, Nick, I'm sorry. Knives, that's what I would do. If I could go back, you get perfect teeth that won't rot. And you don't have to lay down in a dentist forever. Dentist office smell, dentist sound. The sound of the dentist drills and the smell that comes from the dentist, like that bone tooth smell. It's like burnt hair and something else unnatural that like that was the perfume of my youth. It's the worst. It's burning tooth. Yeah, it's the worst. That was my childhood too. I'm right there with you. It's the worst. I hate everything about it. That being said, going into a tattoo shop and hearing like the gives me a fucking wetty like no other. So I don't know. People are weird. Nothing makes sense. uh, that's why my motto is "Numb me up and get to work, dude." Me too. I was gonna say though, I have a fucked up mouth too. Like I'm not what's the word? I'm not resistant to Novocaine, but because the horse stepped on me and I had to have reconstructive surgery, my nerves grew back different than, they do if you just don't have a horse step on your face, I guess. Shocker. And so the last time I had my last filling I had was like 6 or 7 years ago. It took 14 syringes full of Novocaine to find the correct nerve. It was so bad. My face looked like I had palsy. The palsy. It was so much shit in my cheeks and gums because it was literally just inject, start drilling, ow, inject. They couldn't find the nerve because my nerves grew back different. Who'd have fucking thought? Fuck me, right? So now I just floss a lot and hope for the best because that sucked. That it took days. I was numb till the next day. Like normally, your tongue starts to come back by evening. Nah, bitch. It was horrible. Are you really resistant to it? It's terrible. One injection won't be enough. I'm the same, but it's like a hunt and peck kind of fucking game with my face now. Thankfully, I haven't had one of it. I love the sound of a tattoo gun too, but it's so different. I told him if I had 30 grand, I would have told him to knock me out and do it all in one day. Same. I am so the same, Knives. Like, get it done as fast. This is not a pleasant experience. I don't like coming here. You can't make it pleasant no matter how many times you try to small talk me. Just fucking get it over with, please. Like, I'm done. Yeah, I'm so hard the same. I keep getting hot flushes on my cheeks and I don't know why. Pretty sure I've not had this with colds before. Checks Google. Yeah, I'm dying. Google just wants everyone to think they're dying. It's fine. I went to the dentist one time to have a cavity filled. There was a kid screaming the whole time. Oh, that was me. I know, C-Town, this might shock you, but I have avoided horses since then. Weird. I know. I don't actually remember the horse stepping on me. I remember sitting up and holding my face here and saying, "Ah-ha!" And then looking down, and it was like a comical amount of blood just fountain out of my face because your face bleeds a lot if you didn't know. And my jaw was here, not here, but it was not connected. I was holding it, and that's all I remember. That's all I got. And that I just didn't really want to ride them anymore after that. I did. I have rode horses since then. I'm not afraid of horses. That was a very unique experience. But never again. My jaw unhinged because, like, according to the doctor, and I might be fuzzy on this because it has been quite some time. I was 12. I fell on a boulder, and the horse tap danced on me on this side of me. I think, yeah, because that's my fat side. On this side, so thankfully my jaw unhinged, but it's still shattered down the middle. Like all these bits broke, but because I had this is kind of fucked up. If anybody has like mouth phobias, this is kind of fucked up. Because I had braces at the time, and the type of braces I had, I don't know if they do them the same anymore. I don't have kids. Who the fuck knows? They would put those enormous like metal bands around your back molar, and then there was a bar strung through all the little brackets, and then they were tightened on, with the rubber bands. Because I had braces, and because the horse hit on the side, the braces kept my jaw pieces together. So like a puzzle that was like rubber cemented on the back, and like you knock it off the table and you go, "Oh fuck," but the puzzle somehow stays together and you're like, "What the fuck?" That was my face. It's really gross when I think about it now. Um, but because I had braces, like it didn't fall apart. My jaw just like because this was all, like meh, my jaw just kind of went meh, and so I was like, ah. Isn't that gross? I know. I had plastic surgery before I turned 13, my dudes. She fly. It's fine. Just reconstructive, nothing cool. Is that what they mean by losing face? My jaw literally dropped. If only I had a mic at the time. It was just my sister. My sister and my cousin were there. My sister has an interesting memory of it. She said she said I don't know if she heard something or saw something because she was riding a horse around a different arena, and I think she just saw the owner of the farm we were riding the horses at just run towards me. I don't remember. She has a weird memory of it, but she was there. Was literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'm not even kidding. I was tap danced on a rock in a hard place. And the hard place was a fucking horse. And her name was Nadia, and she was green. That's the special circumstance. By what I mean, I'm not afraid of horses. Uh, this horse was being boarded at a neighborhood ranch that I would go ride horses at and shit, and my horse was at. And the payment was that we would, clean stalls and ride horses for her. And the person who boarded this horse did not inform anyone that it was a green horse. And if you don't know what a green horse is, a horse that isn't broken, which I know is a really controversial topic. There are many ways to break horses. It's horrible in my opinion, and I hate it. It's so gross to watch. It's essentially breaking the will and spirit of an animal so that it will obey you at all. It will obey you at its own behest. So, if you've ever seen those stampede races where people will race beautiful horses over a cliff and the horses just do it. And if they get to the bottom without any broken limbs, they win. If they have broken limbs, they get shot in the fucking head and turned into dog food. Those are broken horses. The unfortunate thing is, if you have a horse that's not broken and it's introduced to something mildly startling and or spooky, it will protect itself and fuck you. That's the trade-off you get. You break the will of your horse to the point where it'll drive itself off of a cliff if you say so, or you have a horse that will protect itself. And unfortunately, this horse got spooked by something, kicked me off, and tap danced me into a boulder. Her name was Nadia. She was white and Arabian. And not that I wish violence on things, but I hope she's glue. Yay. Animals, though, right? Struck between a rock and a hard face. Fuck off. It was soft after that. Four Horses of the Apocalypse. Death got me when I was 12. Not. Oh my God, Lizzie. I don't know if you remember this part. So this is the kicker. It was 3 days before my 13th birthday, and this is the last birthday I ever had. Uh, I was having a bunch of friends over, and I fucking crushed my face. So birthday party obviously canceled, and but I think like before we even went, they did emergency plastic surgery. Like I remember I went into the emergency room and I had to wait for a plastic surgeon to show up, and then I went under. Like they did it's not like I had multiple appointments. They did reconstructive right away. And so I had to go to a follow-up appointment like literally a couple days later. I think maybe like 2 days later or something like that. And I remember the plastic surgeon sitting there and being so stern and serious and saying, you cannot eat any solid foods on your birthday. You can have a birthday party, but no one can touch you, and you can't chew anything because your teeth are wired shut. And if your jaw moves, all of your teeth will die. Literally, quote, he's like, all your bottom teeth will turn black and die, and you'll be a 12-year-old with dentures. Do you want to be that? And I was sitting next to my mom, and I'd still never cried before, so I was like vibrating, like I guess what my translation of crying was at this age, which was just like get really sweaty and anxious and like start to shake. And bless my flawed yet wonderful mother. We still had a birthday party. Still had my 13th birthday party. No longer unicorn themed for obvious reasons. And she got us pizza. It was Alfie's Pizza. C-Town, you know what the fuck's up. It's the best pizza on the West Coast, find me. Alfie's Pizza, aside from Pegasus, maybe. I don't know. Alfie's Pizza. And she sat there with a little fork and knife and cut it in like spaghetti strings and fed it to me through my mouth. Like, I was like stuck like this. So I could get a straw and I could like get pudding, but I just like this for a month. I had to stay home from school and like put ointment because I looked like Chucky basically. I had just stitches and scars everywhere, and I had to put on ointments every 15 minutes so I didn't end up with scars, which is why I have none. The miracles of science. Amazing what they can do with plastics, I'm telling you. And I was prepubescent, and the fact that I went through puberty and grew multiple inches taller and boobs and shit and like formed a normal functioning face to me is amazing. To them, probably they were like, no shit, that's how we fixed it. But to me, my whole youth, I was like, I have pins in my face, my dude. Like, I knew I was going to get bigger. I knew I was growing. I knew what the fuck was going on. And I was like, what if my jaw tries to grow beyond these metal pins in my face? I'm going to be like, my name's Katie. You know what I'm saying? I could be a different person today, but I somehow grew okay, which is kind of a miracle to me. The traumatizing results of something tend to hit the point home. Facts. Fucking facts. Hi, Hershey. How are you, love? The kicker. Jesus Christ. You weren't stepped on, Katie. You were fucked. I was tenderized. They got my collarbone, too. You're right. No, I totally was. Instead of a swear jar, I have a negativity jar for every time I have pessimistic thoughts. It's currently half empty. Fuck. You gonna be rich. That concept's actually why I dislike the concept of animal training. I prefer to just work with an animal and get it to figure out what you want without breaking it. Then I'm not a horse owner. Modi, if I hope those I know there's people who are horse people who are able to be horse people and not break horses. I just don't know what it is. I know it exists though. And I would be pro that 100%. I've seen a horse broken. And there's a million ways to do it, I'm well aware. But the way I saw was they tie all the horse's feet together and then smack it on the ass. It tries to run forward and falls on its face. And then they let it get up and they do it again. And they let it get up and they do it again. Until they can smack its ass and it doesn't walk. It's horrid to walk. I could never personally do it. There are multiple reasons I'm really glad I didn't end up a horse girl forever. Like, the stomped the horse girl in me heavily. Like, I was a girl that had buckets of My Little Ponies and horse figurines. I had horse posters. I wore ruby red sequenced cowboy boots for years. I was well the fuck on my way to being a virgin until now, my dudes. I'm just saying. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but like, I like fucking. There's a reason some horrible things happen. And I'm glad it did. The horse god. What's the Norse horse god's name? Oh, it's a weird name. I never remember it. It's like the horse with a bunch of legs or horse with a bunch of heads or whatever. I think it's Odin's horse or something. Fuck. It's not fuck. I can't remember his name. Yeah, that god that day was like, how do I pronounce it though? Is it Sleipnir? Sleipnir? I probably did it. It's horribly American, huh? Yeah, Sleipnir visited me 3 days before my 13th birthday and was like, bitch, not today!
You like spiders now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you really like bugs.
That's what happened on that day. Sleipnir. It's Slep. Like, oh, Schleppnir? Oh, so it's like a shish? Schleppnir? Sleipnir. Schleppnir. Shish? Shish. Uh, Well, that may be comical for the first time, just for the face falling, that's punch-outable. Yes. It is. Oh, Mandel, it's horrible. It was horrible. This was so many years ago. I mean, honestly, I was 12 and I'm now 34. So the ways have probably changed, and we lived in the backwoods where, new methods don't exactly reach. People still just shoot things they don't like. Cocky, is it beautiful and everything you loved? Oh my god. I have to send you an Instagram post I saw last night. Oh my god, you're gonna love it. Hold on. I have to make myself a note and write it down, otherwise I'll forget. But I saw this beautiful post on Instagram. I sent it to my mom. Someone they crocheted shawls to imitate, like, they don't look like a butterfly wing, but it's basically the color gradient of a butterfly wing, and they're perfect. I mean, they're like really fucking pretty. I enjoyed them. I love that stuff. It's so they're gorgeous. I'll send them to you after stream. Shrek drinks the magic potion and now we're sexy. Oh, get it? Little dance, stomp my child. Why was I the child? Oh, Mandel, I've read it long ago. Did it tear out of his body? Did the horse, like, rip out of him? It's Odin's eight-legged horse, yeah, but I believe it's the child of Loki. It's one of the children. Loki has 3, right? Hel, the dog, and the horse. Sleipnir. Still don't know if it's a shish or sleep, but well, whatever. It's cool. I'm American. I can fuck shit up. We're just dumb. Baseline. Loki's kid, yeah. Oh, does he have 4? Who's the 4th one? I'm open to being wrong. Just want to. It's Schlep. Thank you. Schleppnir. Schleppnir's the horse with all the legs and shit. Fenrir's the dog. Hela is not anything like the Avengers movie you watched or the fucking Thor movie you watched. Shink. My god, you get an actress like that and you give her basically an epic walk with some CGI. That's it? Fuck. It's like being given the best weed in the world and, like, rolling it up in some craft paper to smoke it. Like, the fuck it. What do you had all the tools. You had all the tools. Had all the tools. And Jormungandr. Which one's that one? What is Jormungandr? What is that one? Is that a giant? Is that an ice giant? I like to say Schripnir. I like to speak with a speech impediment, but it offends some people because they know someone with a speech impediment, and I'm like, I don't know him. I'm not making fun of him here. It's Sleipnir, Hela or Hel, just Hel, yeah. Fenris, Jormungandr are all Lokis. Those are the only ones I've heard of. But what is Jormungandr? I can't mentally picture that one. Norse mythology is pretty fun. I know very little about it, but I find it very interesting. Make sure to swallow it if you can strain it through your teeth, Mandel. Did you see her Hot Ones episode? That woman is pure charisma. I understand how people join cults. I'd join her cult so hard. I watch everything she does. I kind of love her. And when I saw that movie, I was so excited that she had that part. I was like, oh, bitch, I don't even care if they're like, I don't care. Like, she'll do justice to it. I mean, it's Jon Snow season 6. But she is our queen. What the fuck? Oh, is Jormungandr the snake? Like Ouroboros kind of idea? Is it the snake that encircles the world? Is he swallowing himself? Like Ouroboros? I think I know exactly what you're talking about. Midgardsormr. Is that a thing? Exactly, exactly. I love Halle Berry too. But same. Yes. There are some actors and actresses out there, and you know, there's a piece of dust in my hair. People of the thespian variety who I will just watch in anything because I just want to see them. No swallowing though. Okay. Is it just so it's like a full encompassing of the world then, right? Is it like kind of an undulating, just like oh my god, Asian mythology. I had a friend who was obsessed with that. The snake that wraps around the world. That's what I thought. There's many. I mean, it's so interesting. Like when did I'm pretty sure Christianity is where snakes became like scary. Because before that, they're like life giving and life renewal, and they're symbols of like spring and rebirth and second chances and vitality and health. And then suddenly it's like Eve, apple, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting. Interesting. He kind of is, but not really. I have a tattooed on me, so I had to check. I've had to check my own tattoos multiple times. It's okay. It's the Midgard serpent. That's what that means? Oh, no shit. I didn't know that. I used to have a lot of favorite movie stars, but with the Me Too movement, I learned so many things about people I had loved that I really don't care anymore. It's so scary. We've talked about that a few times in stream. Like, I live in existential fear that one of my like old school like rock heroes is gonna be ousted by somebody, and I'm just gonna be like, "Oh, I guess their entire music library doesn't exist anymore. You piece of shit." Fuck, it sucks. I feel the same. Like anytime I mention Sean Connery, I'm like, "Fuck," because like. Fuck, dude. Sure, he was like 85 by the time we found out, but fuck, dude, he like beat women and shit and was like into it. But also, I'd fuck his voice with like a slimy pull from someone's grippy vagina. Like, I'd let him hit me maybe. I don't know. No, I wouldn't. That's gross. That's sick, Katie. Sick! Black Bloom. Oh my god. Thank you so much for subbing to the class. Keeping the classy alive and giving it 8 swings, honey. God, that's a long time. That's a long...
Thank you.
On the front page. God, that was a long time. The way time goes. Kendo, thank you. Thank you for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it 8 swings for 9 months. A
Child is born, and I shall feast upon its supple flesh. Thank you.
Like a broomstick, snugged upon among one's super glue labias. Was that the quote, Cake? It's been a few hours, but super glue labias, I think. If you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, check the VOD. It's a ride. I can't even. There's no way I can even relive the story of this morning with y'all because I can't quote what Lizzie said in chat that led to my abs hurting as bad as they do in this exact moment. Witches brooms. Yeah. How do you get a splinter out of your labia skin though? Cheers, y'all. I don't know, but my soul hurt. Oh, I'm gonna top my bowl off, and then my soul hurts to think about it. I know. No, not again. I was gonna say maybe sand it down and like polish it, but like that's going really far. With help, if I had. My soul. I wonder if your labs have a preference as to wood grain tea. That's a good question. Like, are some people like, I love the grip on that walnut. Oh, yeah? I've got a sick grip on this cherry wood, bitch. And suddenly, I want to die again. Cheers to that. It's like the broom chooses the labs. No. Well, go on, Harry. Give it a flick. Nope, nope. Definitely not that one. Sir, will my gooch burn forever? It's all right, son. Get a grip on this ash wood. It cools the gooch. Are there grippy socks for which? How? I can't. It's not Leviosa. It's Leviosa. Can we all rewrite Harry Potter with not turf intentions? It's way funnier. Honestly, Nick, I think Hermione is big into that walnut. That's my opinion. This broom is made from Australian tea trees. It stings, mother. Just wait. Beauty is pain. Like a muff warmer. I'm trying to picture like finger condoms, but like I'm just thinking like you gotta have some real long labs to accomplish anything here. And I've seen a few hundred bajillion pussies in the hospital situation, not in a sexual way, in the way of putting catheters in. And I have never in my life seen labias where I'm been like, damn, those are long. Never. I've never seen a pussy that struck me as they're all the same, is what I'm saying. Like we're all unique and special in our own way. But after 100 million of them, everyone has a urethra and a fuck spot, and like that's all. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just hold a leg up and help a nurse. But never in my life. I've also never seen an extremely horse-like and or extreme cock in any way. They're all about the fucking same. The only time you notice is when something's real off, like they're chopped off or the head is on the floor for some reason. You know what I'm saying? I've seen so many, like I'm just saying, like if you come through if you come to the ICU, you usually get to me naked. 9 times out of 10, patients show up coming out of the OR butt ass naked, like with a gown so sadly haphazardly draped over them. But we're trying to get you from point A to point B as fast as possible, hook you up, so on and so forth. There's a reason. But like after X amount of bodies, I have no idea how many I had to see. But you just honestly, after the first day of working in a hospital, I don't even notice it like any part of people anymore, unless there's something really extreme. Like if you're missing it, then I'm like, that's different. But you know what I mean? In general, everything is exactly the same on all the bodies. It's kind of boring. Yeah, I wish there was more variation. King sticks around like that. No wonder they're called beavers. Oh my fucking god. Collaptimus, stop it. I got nothing. It's the best thing that's been said all day. And I'm dead inside. The broom's just aloe vera. The whole plan. Oh my god. That's what Slytherin writes. After X amount of bodies, how many people forget to take the ECG tags off? Honestly, they just don't care. So usually what happens is the tags get stuck on you in the ambulance, paramedics, or the ER. And we leave them on you because they're not stuck to the machine. They're all disposable these days, right? So I can literally grab the squid of cords that connect to those tags and go and just rip them off, and the tags stay on you. So chances are, if you're not like sweating, bleeding, vomiting, you know, if you're not excessively moist for some mysterious reason that's happening in the hospital, those things will stay on you, and when you get to the ICU, they can just plug you into their squid, you know what I'm saying? Without having to waste more stickers. So everyone's got so in the habit of never taking those stickers off because we don't wanna waste them, and we're just hoping they'll stay until you get to the next floor, that no one takes them off, ever. I have found people, I'm not even kidding, this is, like, funny, but in a like, horrible, like, mal-care way. I had a patient one time who had tits bigger than me. Like, literally, when I did their ECG, I had to put their breast over my shoulder to get the ECG markers on, and, when I lifted their breast the first time I ever attended to them, they had stickers on that were have you ever seen a tree grow around something that it's pushing into that didn't get out of the way? Like, that's how long they were there. Yeah. So it's like, it's funny, but also, like, it's total lack of care, like, the fuck? Gross, I know. Class, grasp your brooms. How do we make it sound like a room going Can we get a summer breeze scented one or lavender? Kel, are you kidding? Well, you famous. Did you make it? Is this what making it's like? Most of the time, they don't wanna take them off. I'm pretty hairy, and they're afraid to hurt me. The ones that we always had were like a gel, and honestly, if you could sweat them off, I would prefer that because they would tear the hair off your chest, and I it's just, I don't wanna do that to you. Like, I'm not into waxing. Kelly Clarkson! You know what I'm saying? It's a squid. That's what we always call when you grab, like, the bundle of wires. Any bundle of wires, it's the squid. IV squids, mechanic squids, they're all over the place. We got a lot of squids. Your, all the tubing that comes out of your mouth when you're ventilated is a squid at first of just shit. Guy did one notch too tight one time and just left it there. Oh my god. With a watch strap. Oh my god, yes. I've seen it dogs that are left, like, you know, abandoned, and they have their puppy collar on, and they grow, and their body tries to grow around their puppy collar. That shit's heartbreaking. The Corridor Crew rated R Harry Potter video, is that the one with, "Stop it, Ron, stop"? Because 'Cause I'm really bad with remembering the names of literally anything. However, that's one of the funniest videos I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, literally ever. And I quote it all the time, and nobody ever knows what I'm talking about. "Stop it, Ron, stop. Leviosa." Yes! "Leviosa. Stop it, Ron." Yeah, I can't. Yeah. Mhm. I went down the inappropriate Harry Potter tunnel before she came out as a piece of shit turf. Speaking of. Or the Potter Puppet Pals. Oh my god, those ones were so they were, like, on the bridge of being creepy, but they were funny enough. They were I just realized what fucking time it is. I gotta get my dogs outside before we lose sunlight. Holy shit! Having our stream be weird today really fucked up my day and my time, and I apologize for that. It probably fucked y'all up too. But, if you weren't here at the beginning of stream, let me give you a brief cliff notes. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. So my capture card, like a week or two ago, decided to become sentient and start like fucking. Oh, it'll take me longer than that. Fucking, we good. We'll wait till 420. Pack a fuck, bitch. Packable. Posh voice. 'Twas a pleasant experience, dear. Always naturally. Aluminium. I'm totally on your side on that word, by the way. I think you know this. So my capture card out of nowhere became sentient. I swear to fuck, it worked for years, and then out of nowhere, what the fuck, Kendo? Out of nowhere, what the fuck, Kendo? Out of nowhere, the thing started changing things. It made it so my stream, I'm not even kidding you, I have not gone into the fucking video settings of my OBS for years and years and years. Somehow plugging in a capture card, changed what resolution was being fed from OBS to you guys. So when I went live today, people could barely get like 540 or whatever. It was like I looked like a gossamer, like a 80s glamour shot, you know what I'm saying? So I turned stream off to fix it, and Zach came out to help me, and we tried to fix the capture card for like an hour. It didn't work, but we grabbed an HDMI splitter from his office and tried it out here, and it did work with an HDMI splitter. So we ordered one, and that should be coming tomorrow or the next day. So hopefully we should be able to actually finish Control and get through some more fucking games soon. On that note, Kendo gifted 10 subs. Jesus Christ, thank you. And by that I mean
Hail Satan, the fuck, Katie? Oh, yucky. Hail Satan, thank you.
Jesus fuck. Modi Thorson, Johnny Links, Saragnon. I used to know someone whose last name was Agnon, and my sister's name is Sarah, and I'm fucked up over your name, but it's good. Alakin 2, Saorn again, Billion, M. Lasek, Ghostly Chris, Inspector D&D, and Glitterworms. You're all about wizards of the highest order. Please go forth and be consensual in every way, because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. Enjoy your emotes, and don't forget to refresh. 80s glamour shot. Oh man, I was thankfully my mom didn't buy into that. I was more she definitely dresses up like little dolls. I'm trying to think. She dresses up like in the braids and little jumpers, and she would have all of us dress up in the exact same outfit even though none of us were twins. Like there's no twins. Like Little House on the Prairie kind of shit. We looked, but it's equally terrible. Equally terrible. Thankfully missed that one though. Kendo, I mean, your tax is your presence and your awesome personality and your good conversation, and that's all. The resolution on the capture card, that's the thing, like, nothing has changed about the capture card. It has just been the exact same way forever. It feeds the image from one monitor to the other one so I can capture it in OBS. And all of a sudden, it's such a long story, Knives. I can message you about it. It's wild. This monitor would shrink, like the resolution would suddenly become a picture that was like this big up in this corner, and then if you tried to click anything, it would freeze. But whatever you were clicking and doing was happening in the background, because the moment you unplugged the capture card, it would go blink, 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 and go back and show exactly what was going on. And then what I didn't notice was happening as well is something with the capture card, and fuck me, it's possessed. Just plugging the capture card in somehow changed everything in OBS so that the resolution was absolute horsecock. And by that, I mean terrifyingly not okay for human consumption. And all of, like, my sources were blown beyond reason. So I had to resize all my sources last night. And then when I went live today, everyone's like, Katie, I can't turn your stream above, like, 540. Like, it looks real bad and fuzzy. They didn't see bad, but I know what you mean. And I was like, oh, shit. Went in my OBS settings, all of it was set to, like, 540, like, the lowest possible graphical settings ever. And I have never. The fucking shit has been the same for so many goddamn years now. And then took my stream down to try to fix it, unplugged the capture card with the settings open, and I watched them go back to normal, and I was like, what the fuck? It's possessed. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm getting a splitter, but it's honestly, it worked forever, and suddenly out of nowhere, I'd not unplugged anything, nothing. It just out of nowhere. It might have been a weird Windows, like, side update. I'm not one to, like, check Windows updates neurotically. I don't update often. I have Driver Genius that I look at every couple of months. Or when, something happens and I'm like, oh, fuck, that's an update. You know what I'm saying? My dog is just sitting here chewing on my hand. You're so dumb and so cute at the same time, though. Firmware regression. That's honestly, Kendo, exactly what I think it is. Because with the splitter, it suddenly works perfectly. I don't know, though. So, splitter coming tomorrow. It's 420. We must celebrate our loves in the central zones. My lips are so fucking dry. But splitter should be coming tomorrow, hopefully live, and we can just try to set it up on stream. That would be really fun. But if not, we'll still be here hanging. It's Saturday. It's whatever. If you guys are celebrating late Thanksgiving, like you didn't get together with your family yesterday or whatever, or you're going to brave the streets and go shopping and shit, don't do that and be safe. My God, cheers. Exactly, Knives. It's fucking crazy. If I could, like, maybe I'll do it and take a video of it and post it on Twitter or something so you guys can see what it does to my monitor. It's beyond weird. I hate it. I hate when things break and don't make sense. It's one thing if it fails and I know why. I understand why it failed. This doesn't make sense. It's just broken. Windows, that's what Windows gets for trying. I mean, Viata, same though. And we'll take hits in between. What is life? Baby, don't hurt me. Not gonna find someone cool to host. Hold up. My dog's already. It's amazing how they know. I don't know how they know. It's not like I have anything I say. Like, creepy dogs are creepy. Or if you have tons of leftovers, right? Oh my God. If you guys have cool, like, leftover recipes, we should talk about those tomorrow. I'm a big proponent of not wasting food. I have no leftovers. I didn't have a turkey dinner, but I like talking about that stuff and hearing recipes and things. Is fun. Yeah. Is Katie? Oh my God, we should rate her. I tried to rate her last week and she wasn't live because she did that thing special and I felt so bad. Hold up. That's what we'll do. I always talk about my friend KPP, Hail Breb, not just because she's a Katie, but she is arguably one of my favorite humans. She does lots of awesome RP, lots of awesome live action, role playing, tabletop game stuff all over Table Story and her own channel. And her name's Katie. And there's no, I haven't met a Katie I didn't like. Is she not still live? Am I doing it again? Did I do it again? Did I pick a not live channel anymore? That's fine. I'll go through my live channels. I'm opening them right now. I think she is. It says she's playing like Corpse Killers. Or am I looking at... I'm not looking at a fucking VOD, right? Do those still exist? Rod's live. I saw her live too. Are you guys fucking with me? Is it on purpose? We're going to do it anyways. And if it's not working, I'm sure you can find somewhere to go. It's not like I'm leaving you, right? My God. That being said, I'm always and forever very grateful you choose out of the hundreds of thousands of bajillions of millions of live content creators, for lack of a better term, that you choose to spend your time here. That's pretty special. So, not to get like hella gay on y'all, but thanks for being super cool. Make sure to take your joy, stay hydrated, clean your bong. Fungal pneumonia doesn't go away, it's forever. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. Probably not with a capture card still, but, you know, doesn't matter. We'll chill, we'll hang, we'll smoke. Maybe we'll paint. I got paint shit.